In the 1970s, as he served a prison sentence for armed robbery, H. Rap Brown became a Muslim and changed his name to Jamil Al-Amin. On March 16, 2000, at 10 o'clock at night, Fulton County Sheriff deputies served a warrant for Al-Amin, a missed court date on a traffic charge. A man who pulled up in a Mercedes near Al-Amin's house opened fire, killing Deputy Ricky Kinship. Authorities found Al-Amin.
Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown. Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown. Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, known as SNCC, formulated in the 60s. The height of civil rights erupt in the city streets. No justice, just fighting for the liberty. Arrested for riots, but not before you heard the cry. Violence is American as cherry pie. Serving as minister of justice before the Panther Partnership end in abruptness. Organizing against racial attacks. Armed self-defense for a nation of blacks. With presidents he sat. Enforced potent gas. Organized registered voting acts. The young and passionate often will become activists. Killed by guns of savages. Far from pacifists. Clashing with racist nationalists. Government run by capitalists. Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown. Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown. Wanted and taunted by the FBI. Brown shot by a deputy and left to die. No answer needed, no question why. Just to survive, decide it was best he hide. OT, lay low obviously. Regroup and retroop possibly. A year later, shootout with NYPD. Arrested, convicted, attempted robbery. Upstate in Attica for 5 years. Guess the time helped get his mind clear. Reset the revolutionary pioneer. Came home strong with refined ideas. Converted to Islam on his deen. H. Brown, not Imam Jamil Al-Amin. Moved to Atlanta, new on the scene. Opened the grocery store, got the community clean. Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown. Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown. A decade later, the year is 2K. Serving a warrant for failure to appear to his case. Supposedly deputies leaving his place. He was headed home, they meet him face to face. 2 cops shot, one was dead. From the hospital bed, mumbled and said, Jamil Al-Amin, the gunman alleged. Captured in Alabama on the run, he fled. Still in possession of the murder weapon. Body armor dressing for further protection. No alibi, whereabouts, words in question. Charged and convicted, no heard confessions. Sentence, life, no parole. 24 hours locked tight in a hole. 20 years later, hoping the fighter turning old. Light barrels keep fire burning in their soul. Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown. Cool cat, black shades, afro crown. Calm and collected, speaking that profound. Vanguard, front line, and one back down. Poised and poetic, H-Rap Brown.
Greetings, family, and welcome back to the latest edition of the Ethereal Journey podcast. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here this evening. All right, all right. Got my brother, brother Pollinator in the building. All right, waiting for Sister Empress to beam on board. Hopefully, she comes on, taps into the Therion shortly. All right. Let me come over to brother Pollinator, check in, see how you be, how you been. What's going on, good brother?
Yeah. What's up for the 60-second episode? What's up, Captain Uncaged?
All right, all right. Everything's everything. How you making out?
Man, no complaints, baby. No complaints, baby. Just taking all this great energy in that's going on around the cosmos, around the universe, as we know. A lot of things popping off, and I'm not really, I'm staying grounded, but I'm also tapped into that, to the cosmos, the intergalactics that we got to stay in tune to right now. But I'm doing good, man. Just absorbing all this lovely energy coming in from Mama Earth, you know, coming in from the cosmos, the stars, all of the things that are popping off around the world. Just trying to stay grounded right now because there's a lot of things that are going on, and we're gonna be going through some of them shortly on 60-second episode. So other than that, man, hey, no complaints, man. Just ready to rock and roll and blast off on this Ethereum. So upward, forward, onward to everybody that's joining us. Thank you for joining us, and let's continue to fly like an eagle. Fly like eagles, man. Stop being buzzards and vultures. We don't need no more buzzards and vultures. We need eagles now. I yield.
I say. Give thanks, give thanks. Thank you for that addition, brother Pollinator. Okay, all right. All right, shout out to those tapped in with us on our streaming and our social media. All right, shout out to our sister Jay Renee, as well as shout out to Sister Shirley Baker. All right, all right. Much appreciated. Thank y'all for tapping in. Give thanks, give thanks. All right. With that being said, let me jump into this housekeeping real quick. Hopefully, I can knock that out, and then we can keep things moving. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, all right, knock out this housekeeping, get that out the way. Hopefully, that should be popping up shortly. All right, with the content disclaimer, the views and opinions expressed in the media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel broadcaster. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcast of this channel cannot be held accountable for the copyrighted content. The broadcast of this channel is a messenger or share of information and try to verify but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrights or completeness of the information on this channel. If you have a complaint about something or find your content is being used incorrectly, please contact the broadcaster prior to making a copyright claim. Any infringement was not done on purpose and will be rectified to all parties' satisfaction. All right. Let me get to my next fair use. All right, just a reiteration. All right, so this is a fair use notice. Okay, in accordance with Title 17 USC Section 107, the materials being provided are for educational and informational purposes. All right, fair use notice. Let me stop my screen share there. Okay. Okay, all right. Excellent, excellent. I don't know what's up with this Facebook thing. Be giving me trouble. It's showing everything as a go on my end. I got a video. When I go to my feed, everything pops up, but then I'm getting reports that for some reason it wasn't popping up for everybody else. So some more of the weirdness, shenanigans going on the Facebook level. But I think we got that straightened out. So, uh, all good, all good. Much appreciated. All right, like we got brother KBA in the building. All right, tapping in. Let's just check in with brother KBA. KBA, see how you be, how you been. What's going on, with brother?
Black Power, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are you loud and clear? Give thanks,
All
Black
right.
Power, good brother.
Black Power to you, Black Power to you, Captain Uncaged, and my atomic air like Almighty L, pollinator in the building. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, I got my coon saw all revved up. You understand what I'm saying? Episode 62, I got my coon saw all ready. You know what I'm saying? To chop down the coon tree. I cannot tell a lie. Chop down the coon tree. All right. Yeah,
Indeed.
here in the building. You know what I'm saying? Glad to be here. This is my anniversary week. The anniversary week. This is actually the day that I signed up Dual Knowledge Radio and crafted it and created it on Blog Talk.
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying? Literally. What my first episode was the 29th, but the 25th is when I found the platform to be able to host what we're doing, at that time. You can't even find it now. It don't even exist no more. Like it's disbanded. But
Wow.
What was their original platform?
Blog Talk Radio.
Oh yeah, Blog Talk. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
yeah, so Everest
So
was on that jam too. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, how it was Blog Talk was on Saturday and Talk Show. If y'all remember Talk Show, Talk Show was on
Show.
Sunday.
Talk show.
So yeah, Talk Show wound up being trash. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying? So I was like, all right. I'm
Basura.
paying all of this money for Blog Talk. I might as well do it. It was
Right.
$249 a month. For
What?
shows just on the weekend. I
Hey,
didn't want
yo.
any features. Moved out the way or anything. So I went in there full blast. You understand what I'm
Mm.
saying? Full blast. So the sacrifices you make. Along. I could talk about them now, but I wouldn't. It wasn't nothing to talk about back then. You know what I'm saying? $249. To only use 2 days out of the week.
That's crazy. That's
And
hella crazy.
as it grew, the knee grew. We were on 8 days a week. You know what I'm saying? I put another day of the week for Africa. You understand what I'm saying? Another hour on the day, 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So, I we came up in the time. I don't want to be too long with it, Captain Case. Thank you for this little bit of latitude right here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'll break that history down, man. That struggle.
We came up when the TV went off. You understand what I'm saying? We came up
Mm.
in an age where the television went off and you only got Home Shopping Network. You understand what I'm saying? After
Mm.
that they played the Star Spangled Banner and the TV said good night. You wasn't getting no other channel. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm.
Evil had a pause. Programming had a pause. You know.
Mm.
Now there's no end to the TV, no break. It's 24/7. 365. Bob Marley, peace be upon him, said, if evil doesn't take a day off, neither will I. After he was shot up, he went and did that concert. You understand what I'm saying? So I adopted that, mantra for, Do Not Radio. We had something going on at all times, at all spots, at all times, because African people, black people, their minds were being corrupted and still are being corrupted by this improper propaganda machine. So the mission, aim, goal, and objective has always been to be a place where knowledge is born and where black people are celebrated, not tolerated. So, as we approach Saturday, 11 years, over 4,000 episodes. I promise maybe by Saturday I'll know exactly how many shows I got. But I keep saying, 4,000 is a good number until it's 5,000. You understand what I'm saying? So still working, still building. It's still Black August. It's Black Power to the last hour. And I'm glad to be here with my fellow. I heard Almighty L say he was, staying grounded. I'm staying in flight. You understand what I'm saying? I'm in the Ethereum. You understand what I'm saying? He's staying. I'm in the Ethereum. You know what I mean? So.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, bro.
Look, in case the coon get wings and try to fly somewhere, I had to roll up on him.
Oh no! You mean tell me we got flying monkeys and then now we got flying coons?
Yeah,
damn.
Flyer coons.
What is worse, the flying monkeys or the flying coons that we got to damn shoot out the sky? God damn.
They like mosquitoes. You understand what I'm saying? They bother you like mosquitoes and flies. So,
hey, brother KBA, man. So today is the exact 11th year from when you first started everything, huh?
Yes.
Or is it Saturday that marks? Which one do you celebrate? Saturday or today?
Today was the day that everything started, but Saturday is the first episode. Episode 1. So I'm more so lean to the 29th because of the reasons that y'all know: Hurricane Katrina, Michael Jackson, my little sister. All of them have a birth on that particular day. So that day is the day, but today is really the day. Today is the day. I just didn't record until.
So 4,000. What do you say? 11 years times 365. That's 4,015. 4,015 days ago, everything kicked off. That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Boy.
And it's almost an episode a day.
Damn. Because you got 4,000 episodes locked in, right?
Yeah, it's almost an episode a day.
That's crazy, man.
And I did the work
hella
of
crazy.
11 years in 10 years.
Right.
So think about that. Yeah. That means that you could listen to one episode of Do Knowledge Radio for the next 10 years, 11 years, and not listen to the same one twice.
That's hella crazy.
Yeah, that's the definition of insanity, okay?
Man. Wow.
That's the definition that's the real. Last week we talked about the definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. We dealing with black sanity. You understand what I'm saying? Being there for black people every day of your life and expecting the same result. I expect black people to be black people every day. Every day.
But no, it's dedication, commitment, though, bro. So it's dedication, commitment, stick-to-itiveness. Not giving up when the giving up was probably there. That you could just say the hell with it, because we ain't with it as a people, as a collective. But you stuck it out, man. So that's to be commended. Triple salutes, big ups to your 11th, my brother. And by the way, I did listen in on the other day when you was on the UJJ show, and you did a great master class of the show to show the history and the her story of our people. So I just want to commend you on that as well. You're a great teacher, man. You're a great asset. You're a great resource for our people. And we just want to continue to encourage you, with our good love pollinations, man, as much as we can, so that you can stay strong and keep it going for another 4,000.
I just gotta say one thing real quick for that 11th year. You know what I'm saying? That mark.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that says it all. The mushroom cloud is still spreading.
She put decooneration. I gotta get a shirt called decooneration. You understand?
That's it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's why I was laughing the whole time. Y'all wondering. I seen that, man. I couldn't hold it in. You understand what I'm saying?
Listen. We sparking the movement. You know what I'm saying? We sparking the movement. You know what I mean? Folks are tired. Folks are sick and tired of being
decoonerizing your coon mind.
Listen. This is, shout out to Sister Baker. You know what I'm saying?
Go get your coon check. You understand what I'm saying?
These are soldiers we got on the squad. You know what I'm saying? So
Yo, we need that visual in the background, Cap. That hella crazy visual.
Go get your coon check.
Yes, Lord. All right.
Yeah, just in
Yeah.
that modality, putting things together, putting the finishing touches on, a few things, and still working, still working.
I say. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think I did 20 shows in the last 4 or 5 days.
Wow.
Listen, I see you working. I see you cooking up. You know what I'm saying?
Working knees out here. You
You know what
understand?
I mean? You
Working
know,
knees.
I popped up on a couple episodes. I'm like, it was me. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, yo,
He got energy, and he got Energizer bunnies and shit.
it was like
Yeah,
me and one
yeah,
other brother on the John. I just
yeah.
start dropping comments. You know what I'm saying?
Energizer bunnies.
Yeah, for that Black August
Yeah.
Mastermind series, y'all get a chance. I'm sharing with with my audience some of the things I consult. You understand what I'm saying? In the
Mm,
midst of extensive research, some of the people I go through to get their takes and perspectives and analysis, for my own synthesizing space and computation, aside from all of their books. So I could be reading a book, editing something, and listening to, one of our great ancestors speak, simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, putting it all together uh, in a masterful space. And so this analysis comes, to pass.
You be working them five senses and the sixth sense, that first eye, all at once.
And I can still kick a coon. You understand what I'm saying? If need be, I can still kick the coon out of your body. You understand?
That's funny.
yes,
I'm gonna
Lord. Yes,
behave, Captain
Lord.
Uncaged, until we get to the Brits.
Oh
For
yeah,
now,
yeah. We're gonna get to the nitty gritty this evening. You know what I'm saying? So let me come over to brother Pollinator real quick to see if there's any updates. You know what I'm saying? Anything you got going on your end, shaking and baking.
Oh man, I'm always trying to get that upgrade, get that update, get that, just keep the people aware, still doing my PSAs, public service announcements on the syphilis tsunami, John. Um, doing just showing my love offerings, man, and giving my pollinations, man, and in these times of trouble where everybody's dome is under terror right now. It's like, welcome to the terror dome, but you know, you got to be able to control your own mind, control your own dome. And that's what I try to, give people encouragement in these times, because a lot of people crashing out, man. Lightning striking our people now. Innocent lives are being taken. The two individuals that got that passed away the other day from them lightning strikes was a young black queen and her little queen daughter. And it's like innocence is being shaken up in this moment, and people that ain't got nothing to do with this evil matrix are now starting to feel the effects and impacts of it. So I want people to understand that, in the grand scheme of things, when sin and evil permeates and wickedness permeates the earth, yeah, the wicked ones, they're going to get they taken out first and foremost, but now it's starting to permeate into our communities and innocent people, vulnerable babies, vulnerable children, and all of the people that we're supposed to try to protect and provide for are also getting caught up in the wickedness and the evil that has been expanded upon in this earth matrix, this cursed, I call it the cursed earth matrix / prison planet, because we are prisoners of war and we fighting this war. And just like the war correspondent just said, this war has been going on for a long time, and he's been engaged with it on, at least online, for 11,000, or not 11,000, but 4,000 shows. And we got to continue to fight, man. And that's all we're doing when we disseminate information to the masses. We're trying to get them to see that, don't continue to drink the Kool-Aid. That Kool-Aid is more powerful than what your boy Jim Jones did down in Guyana when he had a bunch of black folks, drinking his Kool-Aid, talking about the world getting ready to end. 900 bodies rotting in the jungles of Guyana, and rats and snakes and shit crawling through their bodies, man, as they blowed up in the sun. It's sick, man. But now it's worse because we got more than 900. You got to almost multiply that times a few thousand, bro. So with that being said, that's all I'm doing, man. Just continuing to educate our people, uplift them as much as we can, but also hit them with the truth, straight with no chaser, uncut to the gut. So that's all I've been doing is continuing to do my, my PSAs, as well as, showing people that these things are going to continue to get worse. And even Yahusha said that. He said that the people in the Tower of Salam, were they worse sinners than the people that lived there? But no, the Tower of Salam fell on top of them, and it was 18 of them. He said, but this will happen to you too if you don't repent and turn away from doing wickedness. Or the people that were slain in front of the Pontius Pilate's, I think, temple, and were innocent people that were slain just trying to do their worshiping. Were they worse sinners than anyone else in Jerusalem or Jerusalem? No. But this will happen to you too if you don't repent. And that's where we at right now. A lot of people need to do some repenting right now. And that's what been my message for the last few times that I posted online, because I want people to see that innocent people are going to start getting taken out of here if we don't, as a collective people and as nations of people, repent. Because Mother Earth ain't playing, the universe is not playing, and definitely Mama, the Queen of the Universe, is not playing. So with that being said, that's all. Just continuing to warn the people of things to come. I yield.
I say. Absolutely. Give thanks. Thank you for that addition, Brother Pollinator. All right. All right, family. And with that being said, this is going to be our last episode for Black August. So, I just want to give a salute to the ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Those that were on the front lines, behind the lines, and on every other line as far as it pertains to fighting for justice, freedom, and liberation for our people. You know what I mean? So I want to give a shout out to the ancestors and those who took on those mantles and fight forward to this day. So I want to say thank you, for your service. You know what I'm saying? And as we salute those who continue to fight in this Black August commemoration.
I'm gonna do my almighty pollinator interruption over here, Captain Cage. How you be? How you been? You understand what I'm saying? You got any updates? You got anything going on? Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
I be forgetting sometimes. We cooking up. We cooking up, family. You know what I'm saying? We in the lab and got the Bunsen burners, you know what I'm saying? And we doing some alchemy, some chemistry, you know what I mean? Some quantum physics, some esoteric works, and things is cooking up, family. So for those who are not aware or familiar, we got the Beacon, you know what I'm saying? The Beacon Good Services. We got that merch that's currently on the market. Matter of fact, I got one of them jammies on deck. Okay, we got the t-shirts popping off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got some on deck. You know what I mean? So, we got the black and the white. You know what I mean? Depending on how you like.
Love it.
All right, so we on deck, family. We on deck. You know what I mean? So we got it virtually. We got it live and direct. We on deck. You know what I mean? And many more to come. All right, I'm gonna put that in the chat shortly. But you can go to the beacongoodservices.com. All right, and grip up your official merch. You know what I'm saying? We started off with the official SWM Million Women March merch. You know what I mean? And wanted to start that off first and foremost. You know what I mean? All hail to our queens. And speaking to that, we got an official adaptation for Queen Mother Moore as well. Shout out to the ancestors, Saint Queen Mother Moore. Excuse me. All right. And so, bags, cups, shirts. There's a plethora of goods that that are now available that you can purchase online. And I said, for those who are in the Philadelphia area, we got some on deck. You know what I mean? So, tap in, family, and let's continue to build on that. Just continuing to build with the platforms, the different programs, initiatives. We just popped off with the 23rd. You know what I'm saying? We had that press conference and announcement as we continue to build with the Ubuntu Justice Jubilee Initiative. All right, and so Sapa say we had to celebrate as well the Haitian Revolution. You know what I'm
And
saying?
what does that mean, bro? So that they know, because we know, but when you say that word Ubuntu, some people don't know. So can you sort of give them the low on that?
Oh yes, sir, yes, sir. So with that is translated into I am because we are. All right. So that's dealing with fellowship, what I mean, brotherhood, sisterhood, community, family, understanding some of the aspects of universal laws and principles, because we are interconnected and we're going to rise and fall. We're going to either succeed or fail collectively. I mean, there's really no such thing as individualism. Ain't nobody never did nothing by themselves. I don't care who told you what. All right. And that's an absolute fact. Okay. Because at the end of the day, at the very least, it took two people to create your ass. Okay. So anybody getting up here and say, oh, I did it all by myself is a damn lie.
Some old bootstrappers, huh?
So just understand that, family, we need each other. You know what I'm saying? So this agenda that they pushing with the division and mine's against yours, and you know what I'm saying? My gun is bigger. I got more bullets, or my God is greater, and all of this other stuff that we got going on. You know what I'm saying? My ideology is superior. None of that really matter at the end of the day when you checking up about it. You know what I'm saying? And none of that really matters when that boot is what I mean, smashed firmly on our necks.
Mm.
I mean, they're not asking, what's your ideology? You know what I'm saying? What's your religious affiliation? All right. All they concerned about is, are you a nigga or not? You know what I'm saying? They looking at you and they gonna determine that by when they first glance, when they first look. Okay. And then secondly, when you open up your mouth. Okay, so you know what I'm saying? We gotta realize and recognize we stronger together. All right. And you can do that in many different tests. One of the ways that Brother Malcolm, ancestor El Haj Malik El Shabazz taught us, he said, you know what I mean, pointing with a finger. You know what I'm saying? And then, that finger, you got that whole hand, okay, which is stronger than the finger. You got the whole hand. And then when you actually unify that hand, you bring it all together, you get that mighty fist. Okay. So, this is basic fundamental. This is like rudimentary. This is fundamentals. Okay. So once we can understand that, if we can't understand the fundamentals, how we gonna understand the complex? All right. So we gotta get our shit together, family. Excuse my French. All right, so that's Ubuntu in a nutshell. You know what I'm saying? And so we building on that. We utilizing that principle, and also building on that platform. We're utilizing culture, music, and our arts. You know what I mean? Those things that we know are mediums that span across a lot of these boundaries. So we breaking down these boundaries and utilizing those apparatuses in order to do so. All right, being able to reach the masses of our people and share this information. Because over here, we're not gatekeeping. You know what I mean? We tearing the gates down. So that's one of the things that we doing with these series. We let people know what's really going on with these secret societies, gatekeepers, buffer classes, and so on and so forth. That's really a huge and major hindrance. You know what I'm saying? As they exalt themselves, in order to do so, and in many cases, they push others down. You know what I'm saying? And hold the masses of people outside. You know what I'm saying? These realms of information, and ultimately, hinders the elevation of our people. You know what I'm saying? This whole talented tenth mentality, where only a fraction of people are deserving of the knowledge and information. Okay, but we want to get it out to the masses of people and then expose those groups that profess these type of ideologies. You know what I'm saying? And also to kind of break down, differentiate different aspects of it. You know what I mean? Because it's different levels. It's levels to most things. All right, so we breaking those things down and making it plain for the people so they can be able to absorb it. You know what I mean? So they can be able to digest it more easily. All right. So that popped off on the 23rd. We had that announcement, beautiful bill, like Brother Pollinator said. Brother KBA was able to come on board and talk about, his magnificent Melanated series, Voices of the Diaspora, 13 book volume ebook series. All right. And a couple days left, family, for that super duper discount of $50. Okay. For the rest of the month of August before it goes back up to its already reduced price of $99.99. You know what I mean? Originally $150 and well worth every penny. All right. So a 13 book series breaking down, different aspects and elements of fundamentals that our people need in order to succeed. Stemming all the way from entrepreneurship to disaster and emergency preparedness. You know what I'm saying? So, much appreciated. Tribute to the brother, you know what I mean? And Walimu, knowledge born not lie, dropping the science. Brother knowledge, what's the science? Knowledge born. Matter of fact, let me come to knowledge born for the science for the day. Speaking of, what's the science for the day, good brother?
Knowledge born. What's the science, baby?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm a yield because I see the Queen Mother is in the building, Doc Empress. I want to give her an opportunity to bless us with her greatness, and then I come with the science after she kicked the ballistics. You understand what I'm saying? Need some of them ballistics up in here.
No doubt, no doubt. Greetings. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for beaming on board to the Ethereum sister Empress. How's everything?
Oh yeah. Everything is everything as we get ready for this lunar eclipse. I can tell you I'm feeling it. It's very interesting. But yeah, greetings, family, ethereal family, and of course my extended family here on the ship. So before we bring Brother Knowledge in, I'm gonna ask Brother Knowledge a quick question, and this will kind of give us all a kind of ha-ha moment, and that is, Brother Knowledge, do you have a t-shirt for the series?
That's what we really need.
Man.
That's what we really need. We really need a t-shirt for the series.
Family, gotta love it, because years from now, when you tell these stories, some of our younger folks are gonna look at us and go, "No, that didn't happen." Right? So it's wonderful to be able to document some of the madness, in such a way that it can really be disseminated. I mean, this has been going on for a while, but we've had to pretty much depend on, word of mouth and other kinds of storytelling. Well, now we got that plus the capability to make certain that, those that are coming into the struggle will really get some good stuff directly, or some additional stuff in order to be able to move forward. So again, it's a blessing to be here tonight. Moving right along.
Shalom.
Indeed.
The queen has spoken. Hail to the queen.
Oh, hell to the queen. You know what I mean? Because, if you ain't got that t-shirt, it ain't going to work.
That's right, Brother Nas. You better get them t-shirts.
Man. That's what it all
I
depends
got my
on.
T-shirt and I got my salvation plan. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay. Because I mean, you know, regardless of how much work we do or you do,
Yeah.
it's not enough. It's not enough. Gotta get the T-shirt.
Been there, done that, got the T-shirt, right? Been
There you go.
there,
There you go.
done
There
that,
you go.
got the
Woo!
T-shirt.
All
Man.
right.
What was my man name? I think he played Daphnis on the Cosby Show. He was on Martin for one episode. You know what I'm saying? He was going shoe shopping with Gina because he wanted to get at Pam, and he told him ain't nothing to it but to do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. All right. So yeah. So
Indeed. Indeed.
so today, excuse me, we dealing with the 62nd episode. We dealing with the 6 and the 2 together. So we deal with that from a numerological perspective of family and business balance, diplomacy and teamwork, reduction to the number 8, and 8, that energy carries underlying themes of personal power, material stability, and things paying off through long-term effort. So we here in the lineage of Black artists and in the lineage of Dudenow's Radio. They are one and the same. And all of us have dedicated our time, energy, and effort to long-term sustainability. So that's in the space of visionaries. So we Ethereon Aries in this regard. You see what I'm saying? We're not only looking in the long-term space of vision, but we're looking through the ethers to see what it looks like long-term on an ethereal level. And astutely, training your minds and your consciousness. We heard stuff in the entrepreneurial world called direct to consumer, right? We're dealing with direct to consciousness. You understand? We're dealing with direct to consciousness. So from our consciousness to your consciousness, with the effort and intention of making impact and inroads in your being so that you're transformed from the inside out and you're no longer succumbing to the coonology and the t-shirtology that's going on in this place. You understand? I'll end with this part. 62 is an angel number, and as an angel number, it calls for you to nurture your family and close connections, balance your material needs with your inner and spiritual needs, and trust that cooperation will bring financial and emotional stability. That's what happened when that 6 and 2 come together. Was actually my physical degree day. You understand? When I'm 6 month is June 2nd day. You know what I'm saying? June 2nd, so 6 and 2 is 8. So I'm feeling some kind of celebratory way up in here. Okay, got a little bit of celebratory needs. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how it is right there.
No doubt. No doubt.
Indeed. Oh yeah, let me come back to Sister Empress. Thank you for that breakdown for you know what I'm saying, the mathematics for this evening. Brother knowledge born out loud. I want to circle back, if I could, really quickly back to Sister Empress to see if any updates. You want to drop anything for the listening audience, things that are coming up recent, that have happened or coming up recently.
All right, so we're gearing up and getting ready for our next Black Poli Sci 101. So we'll be telling you more about that next week. Got some real interesting stuff coming. And of course, with MWM, we're gearing up for, of course, the 29-year anniversary commemoration, which will really launch the organizing, coordination for next year's MWM 30. Now, I can tell you that there's a lot going on with it already. And again, next week we'll be able to give you some updates on what's manifesting. But I can tell you this, that it's moving very quickly and it's moving very well. I can tell you that. Very briefly, looking for September, we're looking to meet with various, particularly Black union organizers, Black union workers, or Black workers, period, to begin to connect directly with them because our boots on the ground initiative requires us to do that. The masses of our people do not know a lot of what people are talking about that are in these movements. And so we figure we need to make certain that there's a component or components that is going to enable us to do that. So September, of course, many will be observing some form of Labor Day. And of course, we're saying that the biggest form of labor that took place in this country is what we produced. And so with that said, we'll be really moving forward to heightening our initiatives that deal with repair holistically and full emancipation. So next week we'll be able to give you a really, really good update because things are kind of unfolding this week. And again, it's very, very exciting and very, very interesting and very productive.
That's right. That's right. All right. Absolutely. Give thanks to those additions, family. All right. So with that being said, let's keep on cooking. You know what I mean? Shout out to the ancestors once again. We got the ancestors in the background, you know, holding it down. Ancestors Steve Copley as well as ancestor Nana Kunta. All right. A little bit of the bottom text is cut out. These are going to be, you know, upcoming prints for merchandise, family. All right, these are going to be available in the very near future. All right, so it's cut off a little bit, but the text, I'll read it really quickly. It says, "Smacking the slimy souls out of sucker sellouts." Okay, and that's the ancestors. That's what they was doing. All right, with you know, the galactic guerrilla journalist ancestor Steve Copley and the war correspondent ancestor Nana Kunta. All right, dropping it like it's hot, giving you the information, giving you the intel. You know, some dare not call it conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? And being able to bring those facts to verify and validate the information that they was talking about. Okay, because I'm hearing a lot of information nowadays, and some of it, you know, is just like it seems distractionary to me. You know what I mean? I remember Tupac was talking about the Illuminati one day. He was like, you know, some of this information, you know, it's got to be falsehoods. He like, if these, you know, we talk about the Illuminati and, you know what I mean, this high level of these types of secret society, things of that nature. And then he like, well, you know, how Raheem, you know what I'm saying, the dope boy, how he got the information. You know what I'm saying? How you know, folks that ain't do no type of research or you know, extensive you know, investigative, you know, how do everybody got this information? How is it so readily available to individuals when this is supposed to be high level information? You know what I mean? So now I'm seeing a lot of people that's, you know, talking about a lot of different information, but they haven't done any type of investigation. They taking stuff word of mouth, and a lot of it is just being, you know, yanked from the internets and being, you know, pushed as factual. You know what I'm saying? And then there's some factual information that's mixed in with AI, and you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of misinformation out here, family. So we want to make sure that as we're bringing y'all, continue to bring y'all information, we bringing y'all edification aspects as well. Y'all, we bringing y'all receipts, okay, and things that you can be able to verify, resources, source materials, and things of that nature, family, because we don't want to misinform, mislead, or miseducate. All right, family. So we got to give salutes once again to those who have laid some of this groundwork. And these two ancestors here are those. They are them. Okay. All right. So salute on this Black August once again to those who fought and some who had died for freedom, justice, and liberation for our people. All right. And thank y'all for your service. Those of yesterday, those of today, and those of tomorrow. All right, as we commemorate this final day of the program of the broadcast of Theory of Journey. This is our final episode of Black August. So we want to make sure that we held it up and triple saluting to the ancestors and the elders and those soldiers up to date, those warriors up to date. All right. So give thanks.
Yep. Captain Cage, I think before we get heavy and deep into this radicalism / coon age type of stuff we getting ready to pop off, I put the trigger warning in there. I think we might need to read off the trigger warning so that people can know what you're getting ready to embark on as we take you down this rabbit hole, as well as on this ethereal journey to raise your consciousness. But I put it in the chat if you want to run that off real quick, or I can run it off verbatim, because that spelled out everything, and it's on the website, it's on your page. But I think the people that are listening in, this needs to be documented verbally for everybody's ear to hear if they haven't read directly on your page, so it could be documented on this show tonight. Would you like to do it since you wrote it?
Oh yeah, I'll give it a trigger. I get a trigger warning. You know what I mean?
Just verbatim like it is.
Yeah. With that being said, it's a trigger warning and also cognitive dissonance warning. All right.
There
the
you
series go. Is only for those who can stand to engage in unfettered truth-telling, as well as objective and subjective constructive criticism in conjunction with retrospective and introspective critical analysis and critical thinking. All right, that's what we engaged in. All right, so if you are sensitive to this type of analysis, to this type of critical engagement, then you might want to exit now. All right, because we going in. There's some things that need to be said, and some truths that need to be revealed. So we feel as though we have been sanctioned and are ready and able to do so. All right, so fair warning, family. Trigger warning. All right, if you don't like certain terminologies, if you're sensitive to certain subject matters, then fair warning. All right.
Well, can I say the other part real quick, Captain?
I mean that's getting into further detail if you think that's necessary.
Well, I want to say about the rabbit hole. I think we need to tell them about what we've already done, and I'm just going to say it verbatim based on what you had already wrote and put on the on your page. It says the rabbit hole goes deep with this subject matter and is very layered and nuanced. Throughout this series, we have dived in headfirst to address the sambos, suckas, and sellouts who have historically and presently undermined our movements, destroyed our organizations, and systematically eliminated / eradicated magnificently melanated warrior men and women. Prayerfully, we can do our illustrious ancestors some justice by bringing these issues to light and continuing to speak truth to power.
I say. Absolutely.
Powerful.
Absolutely. All right. So, one of the reasons why we got the ancestors up highlighted for you today. All right. So you can go back to some of these sources. You know what I'm saying? Some of these master teachers who was giving up this information. All right. So we ain't just start pulling this out of nowhere. This ain't come from, from clear out the ethers. This is documented information, family, and we continue in that same legacy. All right. I say, give thanks. All right, family. With that being said, let me jump into. I'm gonna drop a little bit of information. You know what I'm saying, based on the 23rd, and give some of that information up, connecting some of yesterday with today. All right, so let me drop some of that and go ahead and share my screen. All right, so I'm going to play a couple clips with the 23rd commemoration, which was the remembrance of the slave trade and its abolition. All right, connecting that to historical aspects such as the Haitian Revolution, all right, and the rebellions, all right, that were instrumental into our freeing ourselves in this country. Okay, these are the major pushes that actually forced and compelled the powers that be to give us free. All right. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen. So again, we gave that press conference and commemorated this event on the 23rd during our Ubuntu Justice organizing and coordinating meeting. So it was a special presentation and press conference that we delivered on the 23rd to mark that commemoration. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, and this delves into some of our first aspects as well, family, of universal Black history.
August 23rd, UNESCO Slave Trade Remembrance. August 23rd is a day for remembrance of the slave trade and its abolition by UNESCO. We remember the 1791 uprising in Haiti and every village, ship, and soul that carried the ancestral flame. Resistance is sacred and memory is power. August 23rd.
All right. Let me stop my screen share there. All right, I got a couple to play. I'm gonna play it in succession, and then I'm coming to the ethereal journalist for any additions. Okay, let me get to my next clip. Let me share my screen. Share that beautiful Black footage.
UN's International Day for the Remembrance of August 23rd marks the UN's International Day for the Remembrance of the Slave Trade and its abolition. This year, on a letter resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly in March 2026 that declared that the transatlantic trade of enslaved Africans was, quote, the gravest crime against humanity. So if the world recognizes the crime, that begs the question, what does justice look like? Let's look to Haiti. Beginning in 1791, enslaved Haitians rose up against French colonial rule, eventually defeating slavery and declaring independence in 1804, becoming the world's first independent Black republic. But in 1825, France demanded 150 million gold francs, at least 10 times Haiti's annual government revenue, to compensate former French slaveholders and recognize Haiti's independence. In other words, the formerly enslaved were forced to compensate those who had enslaved them. The sum was so enormous that Haiti borrowed from French financiers to pay it, creating what became known as the double debt. This wasn't paid off until 1947. In 2003, Haitian President Jean-Bertrand Artiste demanded France return more than $21 billion, his government's calculation of the money owed. To date, France has not made any financial reparations to Haiti. And Haiti isn't alone. Caribbean nations are demanding reparatory justice from Britain and other former European colonial powers as well. In July 2026, CARICOM, the Intergovernmental Caribbean Community Organization, approved a 10-point reparations plan that included formal apologies, development programs, and compensation. While European nations have expressed regret, none have made any compensation or debt cancellation. So on August 23rd, we should do more than just remember the past, because acknowledging a historical crime is one thing, but repairing its consequences is another. August 23rd marks the UN's
All right. Let me stop my screen share there. Okay. All right, now let me get into a little bit of history. Again, connecting some of these Black dots. All right, with rebellion, revolutionary acts. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen one more again.
$31.
Man.
Mind you, he was born 1800. A few days after Nat Turner was born, they lynched Gabriel Prosser. Remember, Gabriel Prosser was going to lead the largest slave revolt ever known, Richmond, Virginia. He got snitched out, two coons. He got snitched out by two coons. And then 1822, 9 years before Nat Turner, you got Denmark Vesey down in Charleston, South Carolina. His was going to be even bigger than Gabriel's. Got snitched out by two coons.
God.
So Nat Turner seeing this, said, okay, I can't tell too many people.
Right. Right.
Because these coons is loyal to their master.
Right.
So he only told those, Nelson, Hart, Sam. There's 4 or 5 of them. And then they brought the other ones in.
Okay, let me stop my screen share there. All right. And let's get into that real quick on ancestor Nat Turner. Okay. Let's get into it. All right, let me share my screen. All right, and again, showing why it's necessary for us to be able to identify, those who might be turncoats, suckas, sambos, and sellouts, because they'll undermine the entire mission. And all it takes is one or two. And we got way more than that, family. We got hundreds, if not thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. All right.
Big truth and facts. Big truth and facts.
Okay.
1831 rebellion in Southampton, Virginia, was the deadliest U.S. slave revolt. A literate slave, Turner saw a solar eclipse as a divine call to rebellion. Sharing plans with trusted slaves, he struck on August 21st, killing whites and recruiting. By August 23rd, they killed over 57 whites, facing resistance during recruitment. Turner's group fought well, but was overwhelmed. Whites massacred blacks indiscriminately. Turner hid until discovered on October 30th. Tried, convicted, and hanged on November 11th, his rebellion left a lasting impact on American history. Except for one, the bodies of those executed were buried appropriately. Nat Turner's body, however, was given to doctors who skinned it to make grease. Mr. R.S. Barham's father even owned a money purse made from his hide. Dr. Massenberry possessed his skeleton for years, but it has since been misplaced. Nat Turner's 1831 rebellion in Southampton, Virginia.
Screen share there. All right. So, long-standing history of rebellion and revolutionary acts. All right. But you can see, how that spirit is so much hated. You know what I'm saying? Whereas that the type of barbarianism and savagery that invokes. Okay. So this is how strong, how powerful that energy and essence actually is. All right. So, a little bit of further history for those who may not have known the lengths that, some of these savages would go to and go through in order to try to squash and extinguish that spirit of rebellion. All right. That spirit of revolution. Okay, let me play my next clip. All right, made mention, so I wanted to give reverence to the ancestor Gabriel Prosser. All right, let's take a glimpse there, family.
Prosser, an enslaved, literate blacksmith in Virginia, planned to seize Richmond on August 30th, 1800. The state armory, capital, and even Governor James Monroe as hostage to negotiate freedom a torrential storm flooded roads. And in the delay, 2 enslaved men, Tom and Pharaoh, told their owner Mosby Shepherd. The militia mobilized and the rising collapsed before it began. Gabriel fled toward Norfolk but was betrayed, captured, tried without a jury, and hanged in Richmond on October 10th, 1800. At least 26 conspirators were executed. Can you imagine risking everything for death or liberty and meeting the gallows instead? This was legal. How does that make you feel? They forged swords from scythe blades and dreamed of equality. Virginia answered with harsher laws. In 2002, Richmond finally honored Gabriel as a freedom fighter. History tried to erase Gabriel Prosser. Not anymore. Gabriel Prosser.
All right. Shout out to the ancestor, Nat Turner, Gabriel Prosser. All right. And then we had to go to other ancestor that was mentioned. Let me come over.
1822, a group of slaves in South Carolina planned to overthrow their enslavers and establish freedom. Denmark Vesey, a free black man who had been enslaved in St. Thomas, was one of the leaders of this rebellion. After purchasing his freedom in 1799, he became a prominent member of the black community in Charleston. where he worked as a carpenter and a member of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Inspired by the successful Haitian Revolution and exposed to anti-slavery literature, VC began planning a rebellion. He wanted to take down the system that had kept him and his people enslaved for so long. With the help of others, he developed a plan to attack their enslavers, seize their arms, and liberate Charleston. On July 14, 1822, the day before the rebellion was set to take place, 2 enslaved men leaked the plot to the Charleston authorities. Over the next few days, more than 130 black people were arrested and 67 convicted of conspiracy. 35 men, including VZ, were executed by hanging. After the failed rebellion, white authorities in Charleston imposed even more restrictions on enslaved and free black people in an effort to prevent any future insurrections. For more Black history facts, check out the channel. Remember.
Yo, can't hear you, bro.
All right. Give thanks. Thank you for that. Yes, indeed. So, this is just some of the history of resistance and rebellion, right? For some of our great ancestors. All right. And so we would have to ask, where is some of that fighting spirit today? Have we given up the ghost? You know what I mean? Have we just, are we just ready to lie down? All right. And just take, aspects of oppression and, now more so mental slavery and spiritual slavery. All right. Not so much in the physical form, although we have that as well with the prison industrialization complex. All right. So, know your history so you'll never be fooled. All right. And how that relates to the present. Okay. So, what were they, fighting for? Was it money, fame, fortune, jewels, bling, some type of status, so they can be the HNIC? And no, they were fighting for fundamental and basic, inalienable human rights. They were fighting for freedom. This was the crime because they wanted to be free. Okay, family? So freedom ain't free, family. Freedom ain't free. All right. Shout out to the elder Baba Jalil Monteking. You know what I mean? Okay, let me come to it. There were journalists. And also, again, to show, the importance of fighting against, the present day Koonificent clown culture, which is today's title of the show. We got to combat against it, all right? Because we have a lot of, faces and places, black faces in certain places, and we think we made it. We done arrived. You know what I'm saying? Because we had, somebody that was blackish in the White House. We done made it. You know what I mean? Everybody can hang it up now. We free. You know what I'm saying? Because we got a couple billionaires, in their lofty mansions. We got an Oprah. We got a Jay-Z. Oh, my God. We done made it. Everybody, y'all can go about your business now. No need for liberation work. No need for freedom and justice. No need for, we got folks like, Lil Wayne, who I never experienced racism. I don't know. That need a Negro wake up call. Some of them have got it. Morgan Freeman. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, we got to stop talking about racism. We got to stop talking. We done talked about racism enough. Come on, man. You're doing our ancestors a disservice. All right, we're not gonna stand for it. All right. So with that being said, let me open up the floor. Let me come to if there were journalists for these additions on this.
Okay, so I'll kick it off. Two things that comes to mind, and thank you for those clips, Brother Lumumba. I think it's very important that we note that of course freedmen is a very important time and situation for our people, which we'll have more dialogue about that at another time. But I think it's so very, very, very important that people are clear that some of our people fought for their freedom. They didn't wait for, Emancipation Proclamation or Freedmen's Bureau or whatever. They fought, they escaped, and some paid for their freedom. So I think that we have to be very clear, because that's different type of mindsets. Very different. And so we have to be clear again, not to lump everything into the same basket. Because that's what's happening in a lot of our stuff when we talk about movements and justice and all of that. That stuff is being put all in a basket with a whole bunch of other agendas, all kinds of stuff that has really limited, if nothing, to do with the reality of why we were enslaved in the first place. You see, and so these are some of the issues that we're going to have to really start making clearer. And again, this is not to knock anybody's position or how they want to do something or whatever, but we will be making our position clear. All right. And let folks do whatever they want to do. The other thing I want to point out too is this, that I think we're going to have to do some classes on radicalism. Because we're going down such a rabbit hole, and it's going to get even deeper. It's going to get even deeper as we go along. For example, I'm going to give you something. So the types of radicalism and other connected mentalities and operations, it varies so much. And some is absolutely intentional, and some is some other stuff. And we need to be clear about that. We need to make sure that we're able to differentiate, so that when our ancestors put this punishment into effect that the L's always talking about, we'll know that, it's done based on the nonsense or whatever that they have done. So again, the other thing in regards to that is, how do we begin to see or have a better understanding of what's happening in our midst today? For example, if you have someone in your group, organization, community that tends to flow into different groups and organizations, they'll stay in a group for a while, and then they'll go into another group, and then they'll go into another group, and then they'll go into another group. And particularly if they are obtaining information, be real clear, because I had this happen, right? So that's why I'm telling people, be real clear. Coonism and other usurpers and other kinds of things, because people are sent in by the gatekeepers. And as a result, you have these other operatives. So we better be very clear that some of these folks, let me tell you, they done read some books, they done did research, a whole bunch of stuff. They can rattle off a whole bunch of stuff, but best believe their agenda is to help make America great. Okay, so I'm going to stop there, because I know you brothers got some stuff that y'all get ready to bring. So I'm going to sit back and chill.
You got to chill, Sister Chi. In the words of EPMD, you got to chill.
Brother Melanated, what say you about this?
Man, I tell you.
Wait, I forgot one thing, Al. Can I just quick?
No. Spit it out, Queen. Spit it out.
Okay. Here's another form that we haven't discussed yet, I don't believe, and we need to. Brother Lumumba, if you haven't seen your email, you sent me one earlier asking me that I see some information about an upcoming Zoom meeting.
Right.
And so my response was this, and I'm paraphrasing y'all, but I want y'all to hear what I'm getting ready to say. the person who sent out that information, oh, a very good brother, by the way. And now listen carefully. I have known him for years, right? We've even done work together in terms of Mumia Abu Jamal, which I don't really see him involved in now, but he was then. Now, again, he's on our E-list, or that group or whatever is on our E-list, so they get our information on a regular basis, but have never supported, have never responded. And by the way, I didn't get an invitation to that meeting.
Wow.
Okay.
Damn.
So, oh yeah. So see, this is the kind of stuff people need to really know and understand. That this is what's going on. And I'll go more in depth later as to the other types of gatekeepers. Because with me being a Black woman, in certain circles, if you talk too much, or if you are not co-signed by brothers, you will not get the floor or other things. And I can prove that. That's another form of gatekeeping, particularly as it pertains to how it is injurious for the masses of our people. To not give our information or make our information available to those who may want it. And there's an intentional, and hear this word again, intentional block that's put out there. So this is a whole nother area that we're going to have to look at, because these are folks that actually do movement work.
Right. All right, family, it's no holds bars. All right, the gloves is off. Okay, we in here. Let me come to Brother Pollinator.
Woo, man. Let's get this party started right. Quickly set it off on the left, yo. Hey, Sister Chief setting it off. Man, I tell you, I first want to comment on something she said earlier when she first came on board the Ethereum and beamed on in her orbital form, getting ready to light some shit up. She said something about the lunar eclipse that's coming up on the 27th and 28th, which is the same day that the full moon, of course, is here on the 27th, coming up, a day or two from now, as well as the sturgeon moon. Y'all do y'all research on some of these moon cycles, as well as some of these sun cycles, because it has a lot to do with things being triggered by the ancestors, as well as the cosmos and everything that we are about, as we are in the same frequency of everything that's in this universe. So, as was said in the video about ancestor Nat Turner, there was a solar eclipse that triggered him. That was downloaded or crown loaded into his kingdom, into his mind. At the time where he was one of the most educated, one of the most affluent speakers and readers of the English language, specifically the King James version of the Bible, because that's, remember, he went around to all the plantations trying to calm down mutiny and rebellion that was happening between all of the slaves, and all the masters in that area wanted somebody that was their own people to come in there and use the King James version of the Bible against the slaves to get them to be good servants to their masters. Okay, we got to remember that. But at that time, he was more than the talented 10th. He was the 10th. Okay, because he was educated, and they knew that they needed to utilize him to keep these slaves in their place, to know that y'all got to just continue to be good servants to your masters, and that's it. And they would oversee his sermons to the slaves in each one of those plantations. So I say that to say that he was triggered that day because of what? A solar eclipse. Okay, so that shows us that if we're not in tune to the stars, the moon, the sun, the elements of the universe, we lose our intestinal fortitude that's connected to that frequency, and we become slaves to the matrix. to this 3D matrix. But when you're in tune to that frequency of the universe, that's when you can be triggered to step forward with boldness and courage, like ancestor Nat Turner did. And he was willing at that point to say, at that point in time, to say, the hell with death. Death is an illusion. I'm already dead walking around here serving these people and getting them rich and them becoming like they're having their days of heaven on earth on my back and my people's back. He knew that at that time. So he set forth and was triggered into a rebellion. Now you look at the word rebellion. First two words you look in there and see is rebel and lion. At the end of rebel, you got the word El, E-L. El is always related in the old ancient Shemitic as well as the Hebrew and Aramaic words, if you do your etymology on the words, is related to gods. So he was a rebel. And then he was a lion at the same time because he came roaring out of nowhere and stunned the hell out those people during that time. Rebellion. He was a rebel lion. And that's what we need. We need people maybe not to go as far as he went, but if necessary, if need be, like our ancestor Malcolm X said, it's got to be sometimes the ballad of the bullet, but you got to be ready to die. Like Biggie Small said, a lot of our people are not ready to die. Okay, let's be real about that. So stop all that revolution talk. I don't want to hear that shit no more. I'm talking about sick and tired of the revolutionaries, especially the armchair revolutionaries that we got running around in our communities. They ain't ready to die for shit. So I just wanted to say all that about that clip, because that clip inspired me, because as we know, as we know, I might have went out on that one. As we know, we as the ethereal journalists have taken on and chosen to take on the task and have the baton passed down to us from ancestor Steve Coakley, as well as his son, Junior, and others who are still talking the language and the frequency that they talked during that time when they were exposing all these things. And we chose to take on this task because the baton has to pass down for the next generation to get educated, to get enlightened, to get some wisdom in their dome, so that their minds won't get controlled, so they can control their own mind instead of having the matrix and the people that are supporting this matrix, whether you're a flying monkey, a gatekeeper, a sellout, a flying radicoon, or whoever you want to call yourself in the atmosphere, in the ether. I'm trying to be in the ether, but you running around spreading evil into the airwaves of our people, into the earwaves of our people. So I just want to say that we're willing to take on this task because they were bold. Ancestor Dale Jones, as well as Ancestor Steve Coakley, they were bold and courageous to bring out information when there wasn't modern technology to spread it like it is now. There wasn't. They had to do lectures, and you had to get the tapes, and you had to get all the other stuff that they were able to produce, during their symposiums and when they showed up to different cities to try to bring these exposés out. So I just want to say salute to the ethereal journalists for the work that we've been doing to continue to take that baton and run this marathon race, because it ain't no sprint. It ain't never been no sprint. It's always going to be who going to take the baton and who going to be bold enough to speak about what we need to speak about, straight with no chaser, uncut to the gut. And that's the truth. I yield.
I say. Thank you for those additions, Sister Empress and Brother Pollinator. Let me come over to Brother KBA. What say you, good brother?
Y'all on fire, okay? Y'all on fire.
Hey, that's the spirit of our mother in me that's on fire. That divine feminine that I done incorporated and integrated. But go ahead, my brother KBA.
I'm a yield for right now because I want to get to because if I start building and then we all start building, we ain't gonna get to the Koonificent. We done did 17 episodes and bonuses. So I'm a yield right now, but just know I got a whole bunch to say. So I'm a yield.
Okay.
You loading up that AK? Hey.
All right. With that being said, let me knock out a little bit of current events, and then I'm gonna swing right on back, and then we can go ahead and unload. You know what I'm saying, on the subject matter for this evening. All right, let me knock out a little bit of current events. So let's jump into a little bit of politics here, family. All right. Let me share my screen. So we got the Canada tariff wars currently popping off. You know what I mean? So I just want to make people aware of that. Let's jump into that. There was a 50% tariff on Canadian goods, and then Canada answered back with the same. I believe it was in $50 million worth of goods. Let's go to the report.
Months, as you have seen, our government has worked over the past several months. As you have seen, our government has worked intensely and in good faith to reach a mutually beneficial trade agreement with the United States of America. But ultimately, the terms proposed by the U.S. administration were uneconomic, unfair, and ultimately unacceptable. They asked too much of Canada and offered too little in return. Canada must respond, and today we are in a proportionate, targeted, and strategic way. Today I'm announcing that Canada will match the United States tariffs dollar for dollar, rate for rate. Effective September 8, Canada will impose counter tariffs of up to 15, 25, or 50% on $27.6 billion in imports from the United States of America. For each product, our tariff would match the American tariff on the same type of Canadian good. Our existing counter tariffs, including those on automobiles, will remain in place. Canada's remission framework will also remain available to mitigate unintended consequences for Canadian businesses. Canada's counter tariffs are designed primarily to provide protection for Canadian industry impacted by U.S.
All right, let me stop the screen share there. Okay, so just a snippet on what's happening, with continued tariff wars. All right, we've seen tariff wars against Cuba. We've seen tariff wars against Iran. We see the recent tariff wars against Canada, and now we see the retaliatory tariff wars against the U.S. Okay, so this is some of the economical games that are being played internationally. All right, and then who suffers from these bravados, from these economic wars and sanctions? Well, let's look at the populace. Let's look at the people. Let's look at the looming super inflation that we're facing here in the U.S. All right, in aspects of abject poverty in Cuba, and so on and so forth. All right, we see these things taking place across the globe. Now, one of the things we have to ask ourselves is this accidental and coincidental, or is this something that is being constructed and manufactured on a wide scale in order to reset, have an economical reset, right, and put people back into places and positions of poverty, as we saw the growing quote unquote middle class in a lot of these nations. All right, so as people are getting poorer and poorer, the rich are getting richer and richer. All right, we've seen an unprecedented amount of billionaires worldwide, especially here in the United States. Okay, we've seen some of the first IPOs. All right, we talking about what's happening with the stock markets and these companies that are now having $1 trillion evaluations, family, $1 trillion. And you got people right here starving in Gary, Indiana. Let me come to the theory journalist on any additions on this before we keep it moving, family.
Nope. I'm good. I'm good on the commentary on this one, so we can keep that flow.
All right.
Yep, me too.
Okay, with that being said, let me come
Brother
on.
KBA, you got something to say?
It's all a part of the bomb.
Boom.
It's coming.
Let me come over.
Explosion.
Explosive. All right. Let me come over. Let's talk about another story in the headlines, family. All right. This is under peak Hexef. All right. This is what's being pushed on the military front. We have a possible renaming, something that was sanctioned months ago, and now things are being reconsidered. Let's jump into the story.
Leadership, we could see an unprecedented change to who is honored by our nation's military. Navy leadership is reportedly working to rename a new aircraft carrier that's under construction. And instead of honoring a heroic sailor, as was planned, they would name it instead for President Trump. That is according to 3 sources familiar with internal discussions who talked to CNN. NBC News has also confirmed the story. We should note the Navy directed CNN's questions to the Defense Department, which said it had nothing to announce at this time. But as we absorb this news, which would give an unprecedented honor to a sitting president, we also wanted to talk about Doris Miller, the man the ship is supposed to be named for. Doris Dory Miller was born in Waco, Texas, and enlisted in the U.S. Navy in 1939. The son of sharecroppers, played a key role defending U.S. forces during Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. On that day, according to the National Museum of the Pacific War, Miller was retrieving laundry when bombs began falling. He was a mess attendant, 3rd class, one of the few roles open to Black men in the Navy at that time. Miller, quote, arrived on deck where he encountered his mortally wounded commanding officer and carried him to safety. He proceeded to one of the machine guns, and although Black sailors never received training on the anti-aircraft guns, he opened fire on the Japanese planes overhead. After the gun ran out of ammunition, Miller assisted in evacuating sailors after the order to abandon ship and was one of the last 3 men to leave the vessel as it sank. Even after leaving the ship, he helped numerous sailors to safety. Miller was the first Black service member to receive the Navy Cross, the Navy's 2nd highest honor. The USS Doris Miller would be the first aircraft carrier named after a Black and an enlisted sailor. But now, the same defense secretary who has reportedly blocked the promotions of numerous Black and female officers may take that incredible honor away in order to honor a president who never served in our military. Under Pete Hexas.
Let me stop my screen share there. All right, for those who aren't up on, what's happening militarily, some of these latest updates, okay, and on ancestor Doris Miller, okay, who wasn't even allowed to be trained on, that aspect of munitions, all right, who was actually in service as a cook, okay, Black excellence at its finest, all right. Our people fighting on bequest of this country after having to literally fight for our freedom. And this is the things we get, okay, as you can see time and time again, all right. So those individuals, who are super patriotic and, gung-ho and, so on and so forth, these Black MAGA Republicans. I had to give a moment of silence for y'all. Okay. All right. So that's what's going on, family. Let me come in the theory of journalists any additions before we keep it moving.
I'm just gonna say, we the one that started this gangster shit, and this is the mother sucking thanks we get. We the warriors. We understand. They know who we are. They know where our bloodlines and lineages come from. They know we the warriors that been here in this country holding this place down. And the only reason why the ancestors ain't came in and took them out, they taking them out now with all these floods and tornadoes and all this other stuff popping off. But when the real thing go down, the only reason why this country is still up and running is because we are still here being harvested. Our energy as the warriors of the civilizations of this universe, of this world, of this country, of this native land of ours. So they know who we are. Sometimes we don't even know who we are. We just as much warrior spirited than the ones that are right there in Persia, the Middle East. So with that being said, we are the warriors. Let's war. I yield.
I say. All right, let me pass the mic before we get to our next story. All right. Anyone else weighing in before we keep it moving? All right. All right. We're going rapid fire this evening. All right. Let's jump into a clip of our next story.
We know why they not coming out here though. I mean, it's obvious, you know. It's obvious. Gary is full of, you know, us, diversity. Yeah. Not really diversity, but it's full of black people. Yeah. You know, we the blackest city out here. So they don't want to check on us.
Yeah. They're NIPSCO. Everybody pays them. We don't pay, we get cut off. But when disaster happens, they want to charge us X amount of dollars, but we already paying into this. They got billions, trillions of dollars. We working day to day on paychecks. So yes, they could have did better. They got the money. We don't got the money. They say they supposed to maintenance that yearly. They haven't been out here in a year or two, maybe 3 years. I can't sleep at night because I can't plug my sleep apnea machine up. I can't afford a generator. I'm working on a month salary. So therefore, we need them to either give us generators or get this power up and running. We got a 91-year-old man that lived at the end, almost at the end of the thing. They had to rush him to the hospital. We had an elder lady across the street. She had medical condition. She bedridden. People come out to help her also. So we really need them to work more faster because we don't want to lose no lives if we don't have to. Our governor needs to get his butt out here and see the damage. You going in these other neighborhoods, you need to go through the whole city of Gary.
We do see, like, you know, people trying to give out free food and, you know, just give back. The community definitely is doing something with the giving back. They've been giving away free food, especially at the Y here. They've been giving out free food to us in showers, hot showers. So it's definitely good that we all coming together finally. Yeah. We just need more coverage for sure. We need to come together as a community and get it together. We won't be struggling as bad as just one person just struggling. If all come together, we'll be good. You know, something like this, they're giving out free water, free cakes, and famous people here and stuff. We need that. We definitely need that.
And they were all alike. We have differences. We need more help.
Yes.
All of us.
Yes.
Like, we're humans at the end of the day. Nobody is better than the other person. So we all go through similar struggles every single day. Let's help each other.
We know why they not coming out here though. I mean, it's obvious, you know.
Let me pause it right there. Let me read the caption real quick. And shout out to BT Newsroom. All right. We the blackest city out here, so they don't want to check on us. Quote unquote. More than 20,000 residents in Gary, Indiana have been without power for almost 2 weeks after massive storms tore through the area, knocking down trees and power lines. NIPSCO is the only energy provider in the area, and they reported more than $500 million in profits in the first half of 2026. Quote unquote from another Gary resident, we don't pay, we get cut off. But when disaster happens, they want to charge us. They have billions of dollars. We're working day to day. Let me stop my screen share there. That's what's happening in Gary, Indiana, family. All right, 85, 90% black. Okay, so this is what's happening. So, you know, again, we putting out the call Ubuntu, you know what I mean? Hopefully it doesn't take these type of disasters for us to realize that we need to come together, for us to realize that we all we got. All right. And when we do this, you know what I mean? That's proactively instead of reactively, then we really get to amount our power. You know what I mean? We really get to build on our prowess. You know what I mean? Really build in our community, really build in our unity. All right. So let me break to the theory of journalists on this.
I'm gonna hit it real quick, Captain Uncaged, Sister Empress Chi, and Brother KBA. I have a question. Where in the hell is the Jackson 5 or the Michael Jackson estate that has millions and millions of dollars to contribute back to the origins of their story, which is Gary, Indiana? That's where all of them came from. Where is Motown, who's not too far from there in Detroit? Where is any of those people that knew that this is where some of the greatest artists came out of from Gary, Indiana, and these people are down there suffering? Where are the other celebrities? Where is the money being put in like they were putting in for Nolan Wells because of the situation that happened in Mississippi? Okay? Where this is the prime opportunity for the Oprahs and the Tyler Perrys and any other billionaire class within our own race of people to step up and support a predominantly, like you said, Black city that has a very vivid history, a very a unique history of great artists such as the Jackson 5 and Michael Jackson and everybody else that came from out of that area of Gary, Indiana. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, come on, man. They should. Why don't they just hold a turkey a giveaway like Nino Brown did at the Carter? At least in his criminal activity, he was still trying to give out food. Why don't they set up a soup kitchen or some food, a feeding place for the people who can't even get to some of the places because they don't even have the transportation, the gas, or anything else to connect to those resources? Why aren't we flooding millions of dollars of our own money from our own people to help a predominantly Black city? I yield, man. I just these are the questions I think about when I think about shit like this. I yield.
And so I kind of know that you already know some of the answers to those questions. So, but I get,
We lost.
We lost the Empress. Yeah. Hopefully she'll be back shortly. Oh, okay. I got her back. Well, let me see if I can
bring her back.
Okay, that was weird. I don't know what happened with that. So what I was saying was that, I know that some of those questions are rhetorical, meaning some of the answers already. Yeah. And I'm just going to say briefly, because, I like these ha-ha moments. When you ask, well, where is the Michael Jackson estate and all of that? So, of course, you got to ask Paris and Blanket. Right.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh. Anyway, and Prince, I think the other one named. Anyway,
yep.
So that's that. I also want folks to know that on this Saturday's New Day, Resurrection, Liberation, we will have a report from boots on the ground. Y'all know how we like to do. We like to get with someone that is right there. And so this Saturday for New Day, we'll be able to give you some updates, some information from folks that are actually right there. So look forward to that. The other thing I wanted to say was, for those who do not know, we have been working on planning, and it's just almost ironic, but we've been working on doing the 55th year commemoration of the National Black Political Convention in Gary next year. And so we still plan to do that. We may have to change the date a bit, just to kind of, make sure that certain things are in place. But this will help generate revenue in that city. See, we're very proactive and very strategic and very intentional on our part in a positive manner. So the point is, again, we'll give you more updates on this on Saturday. We do plan to hold our commemoration of the National Black Political Convention that took place in Gary, Indiana in 1972. We're looking to still do that next year. But again, there's certain evaluations we have to now do. I yield.
All right. I say give thanks. And shout out to Trader Truth, you know what I mean? He popped out, showed love, showed support, you know what I mean? Had supplies and things of that nature. He always, I always see him popping out, when it comes to different, disasters or times of activism, in the South. You know what I'm saying? I see him holding down the South, using his celebrity, using his fame in order to, help with these grassroots causes and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So, that's some of the contrasts that we can look at, family, when we look at individuals who are more, down to earth, you know what I mean, as it pertains to, quote unquote celebrities and things of that nature, and those who are actually doing things in the community, and then those who are, kind of above in the stratosphere and, pop up here and there when there's, a photo op or, that type of opportunity for them to further boost up their fame. All right. So shout out to Keith Lee, also, the influencer. He popped out, you know what I'm saying, did some things and helping. And I did see a report on this seems very politically driven, but I did see some actions happening with Jamal Bryant, Pastor Jamal Bryant. I'm not, I haven't gotten the full scoop of him, but it'd be questionable when I see some of these individuals, along with Mayor Eddie Melton. Some faith leaders and business owners have had the Power for Gary rally in Gary, and that was reported one day ago. So that was it, yeah, August the 24th. So we'll keep you posted on those developments as well, family. All right. And lastly, for the current events, I want to come to a few things happening.
First, brother KBA, you got anything to say on this one, or you want to continue to keep it moving?
Okay, yeah, I figured I kind of known his flow at this point.
Yeah. Well, look, we'll keep it moving because
he's popping off. Yeah. All right. So with that being said, let me come to a few topics on Nanatera, and then we can release the beast on this jam. All right. So let me come to this bit of on Nanatera. All right, family. Let me share my screen one more again. All right, talking about what's happening around the planet. Dealing with this ring of fire. All right, and these earthquakes and whatnot popping off all across the globe. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. I don't want to seem to get right. But anyway, let me go ahead and pause it there. Ring of Fire has been rattling over the past few days with at least 187 earthquakes impacting the region, the Ring of Fire. All right. This is the Ring of Fire that they are highlighting here. All right. Spanning all the way from Australia, coming up and around Asia, and crossing across to the U.S. and South America. All right. So 187 earthquakes, family. All right, 4.5 plus for the past 7 days. Okay. Let me stop my screen share. Matter of fact, let me just keep it moving to the next screen and take a look at this 6.2 magnitude earthquake over in Japan. All right.
$187 on an undercover car.
All right. There we go.
6.2 earthquake has struck the Hokkaido region, according to the European. Breaking news coming in at the moment. Japan has been hit by a second earthquake in just 1 day. A magnitude 6.2 earthquake has struck the Hokkaido region, according to the European Mediterranean Seismological Center. Japan's meteorological agency says the quake struck off the coast of Hokkaido at around 10:45 p.m. local time. The quake's epicenter was located at a depth of around 40 kilometers with a magnitude of 6.0, according to Japanese authorities. The JMA recorded a maximum seismic intensity of 4 on its 7-point scale. Importantly, no tsunami warnings has been issued. This comes after an earlier earthquake measuring around 5.9 rocked eastern Japan, including the Tokyo region. In that quake, 40 people got injured in Tokyo and neighboring prefectures and caused transport disruptions. Now, with 2 earthquakes hitting Japan in a single day, authorities in Japan are closely monitoring the situation.
All right. Let me stop my screen share there. Okay. So some of the things that are happening across the globe dealing with that big mama energy. All right, Nana Terra. All right, aka Nana Earth. Okay. All right. So got that out the way. And so we're going to come right back, family. We're going to come back. And so we're going to be addressing the subject for this evening. All right. And how can we further expose and combat Koonificent clown culture? Okay. Digging back into aspects of, you know, the Boule, these secret societies of the Black Freemasonry, the Eastern Star, okay, certain aspects of elitism, comparing and contrasting that with, those sambos to the Uncle Toms and the Aunt Tamikas, all right, and the spooks that sat by the door, okay, to be able to differentiate some of these different aspects of people of our people. All right. So are they for us or against us? Are they in certain places, spaces, and positions in order to aid us or to hinder us? All right. So these are some of the things we want to point out for this evening. We also want to touch base on the buffer class. All right. Those individuals who have been brought in to kind of supersede us, to stand in our place and positions so they don't have to worry about the fire and vitriol of our demands for freedom, justice, and dare I say it, reparations. All right, reparatory justice. Okay, because they owe us, as our late great Saint Queen Mother Moore would say, cut the check. Okay, so we demand,
put the money in the bag.
Okay. All right. So, family, we're going to jump into that this evening. And for that buffer class, we're looking at those individuals who are shipped in, such as the new Black British invasion. Okay, we've seen a lot of who we thought were, FBA fundamental Black Americans, quote unquote, or those, from right here in the States. When we see different, individuals in roles in television and movies, Stringer Bell and, these characters that are being portrayed, those who have portrayed some of our great ancestors, such as Saint Harriet Tubman, all right, such as Fred Hampton, the late great ancestor, the General Fred Hampton Sr., okay? And then we see that these individuals are being played by continental Africans, all right? So let me just be clear, nothing against continental Africans. We're not about that divide, that division, but we also not about historical revisionism, okay? Whereas, individuals who really don't have that type of stake, don't really have that type of fervor, to really embody the spirit of these individuals, and frankly, who don't really care that much about Black people, coming from their own mouths, all right, who haven't even heard of these individuals until they got these roles in these parts, maybe spending, a couple of hours if a day researching the materials and giving these blase portrayals and enactments of, these super important historical figures. Okay. And so, those individuals, and also with the British invasion, those who are being shipped over there and to basically stand in our place. Okay. And so they can say, well, we did it, we made it. You know what I'm saying? We were able to accumulate or demonstrate so on and so forth, not realizing the dynamics that come into play with them being put in these different places, kind of like an overseer, all right, and being used, all right, in order to gatekeep and to say, well, we gave the position to quote unquote some blacks. All right. And now since there's this kind of wide casting, because they are melanated people, but they don't have that representation as far as their roots, all right, and ancestry and lineage, dealing with 400 plus years of oppression, of degradation, of subjugation. Okay, so then when they're put in place, they don't have that same type of fight. They don't have that same type of fervor. You see, they don't have a horse in a race, so to speak. Okay, so they're not necessarily fighting for reparatory justice. They're not really fighting for a certain portrayal or narration, correct narration of history, of historical figures and historical facts, right? Because they don't have that same connection, all right? And again, being put in place in order to buffer those who would rightfully stand in those places and positions and hold the line and push things forward and say, no, this is what we demand based on this history. All right. So we want to jump into that discussion this evening, family, and making sure that things are understood. All right. So with that being said, let me jump really quickly. This as a foundation, as some fundamentals. Let me just share my screen on W.E.B. Du Bois. All right. Let's talk about a little bit about the talented 10th. Okay. Just to set some of the groundworks. Now, again, I don't want to leave people stuck, in one aspect of their history. So, I want to have a certain aspect, the element of fairness as well, because although W.E.B. Du Bois did start off in some of his ideology on a more elitist type of base and premise, it did later on develop into more holistic aspects, dealing with Pan-Africanism, so on and so forth, where he contributed monetarily to, certain aspects of the movement and, was able to gain other insights and to infuse some of those things. But fundamentally and unfortunately, where a lot of the individuals get some of their basic premise from today come from this type of ideology of only a few. There's only a few of us who are warranted, who are worthy enough to be able to lead, and so on, to dictate, how things should be ran and governed, and so on and so forth, as it pertains to our people. Okay, so let me share my screen really quickly. I just want to read a little bit of excerpt, dealing with the talented 10th theory. All right, and then I'll come back to the ethereal journalist to weigh in on this situation. All right, let's come over to W.E.B. Du Bois. Okay, this is the gentleman here. Okay, all right, and so let me just get into some of the. Let me see one of the quotes here. To attempt to establish any sort of system of common and industrial school training without first providing for the higher training of the very best teachers is simply throwing your money to the winds. Okay, that's one of the quotes. All right, let me get to some of the ideology. Okay, all right. The Negro race, like all races, is going to be saved by its exceptional men. The problem of education, then, among Negroes must first of all deal with the talented 10th. It is the problem of the developing the best of this race that they may guide the mass away from the contaminant of death and death of the worst in their own and other races. Now, the training of men is difficult and intricate task. Its technique is a matter for educational experts, but its object is for the vision of seers. If we make money the object of man training, we shall develop money makers, but not necessarily men. If we make technical skills the object of education, we must possess artisans, but not in nature men. Men we shall have only as we make manhood the object of the work of schools, intelligence, broad sympathy, knowledge of the world that was, is, and the relationship of men to it. This is the curriculum of that of higher education, which must underline true life. On this foundation, we may build breadwinning, skill of hand, and quickness of brain, with never a fear, lest the child and man mistake the means of living for the object of life. Okay. All right. If this be true, and who can deny it? Three tasks lay before men. First, to show from the past that the talented 10th, as they have risen among American Negroes, have been worthy of leadership. Secondly, to show that these men may be educated and developed. And thirdly, to show their relation to the Negro problem. All right. Now, with all fairness, all right, let me get to some of the modifications that was made later. All right, here comes a new idea for a talented 10th. The concept of a group leadership, not simply educated and self-sacrificing, but with the clear vision of present world conditions and dangers, and conducting American Negroes to alliance with the culture groups in Europe, America, Asia, and Africa, and looking towards a new world culture. We can do it. We have the ability. The only question is, have we the will? The call for leadership through special organizations. Such organizations call for more than a tenth of our number, 1/100th, or 30,000 persons as indicated, with a directing council composed of educated and specially trained experts in the main branches of science and the main categories of human work, and a paid executive committee of 5 or 6 persons to carry out the program. All right. Let me stop there, family. Okay, so we saw some of the earlier works of W.E.B. Du Bois, the ancestor, and then some of the later modifications. All right, as I would assume more maturity had come about, more life experiences. Okay, with that being said, let me come to the theory. Let me stop my screen share. Let me come to the theory journalist on this. What say you on the talented 10th, family, and this theory, this idea, and this notion? All right, let me come over to Sister Empress. First. Any additions on this?
Oh, wow. I wasn't even going to respond to that, but since you ask, I was just asking. Okay, but I'm going to keep it brief. Everything has its time. Everything has its place. And then, we grow and develop. And so obviously some of what people have latched onto over the years and still want to latch onto it for whatever reason, it has not enabled us to move forward, obviously. And so the other thing that needs to be examined is when we talk about so-called education, whose education? I mean, who formulated that stuff? And even though there is, and again, Dr. Francis Cresswell saying, Baba Neely Fuller, if you do not understand the system of off-white supremacy, everything else will only confuse you. Well, this system, these people will always put in valid stuff, some truth or whatever, right? So what I'm saying that in regards to, education, so-called higher education, so I say, will entail information that is relevant, needless to say. But the underlining stuff is what people need to be very clear about. The programming, the other types of indoctrination. And this is why we're part of why we're seeing what we're seeing today, even with the students of today. But anyway, the other thing people need to keep in mind is that the raw genuineness of our people, that concept is a way to, if not void, it's a way to try to lessen it or discard it or whatever. When it is very well known that raw talent, capability, ingenuity will outwin anything. And it's not to say that we should not have, education or skills or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. But again, to try to make it seem like there's not a balance, that's very dangerous. I yield.
I say, give thanks. Thank you for that addition, Sister Empress. Let me come over to Brother Pollinator. Let me additions for this good brother.
I'm gonna do a quick and dirty on this one. W.E.B. Webb Du Bois seemed to be entangled in his own web of indoctrination or whatever he, was exposed to as he tried to educate, our people during a very, very trying times of us trying to move forward in this country. So it looked like he got entangled in his own W.E.B. I yield.
All right. Thank you for that addition, Brother Pollinator. Let me come over to Brother KBA. What say you on this, my good brother?
That's that mad scientist laugh.
Dr. Empress, when are those Radicoon classes? Because this is a classical case study, like all together. Truly, you understand what I'm saying? Truly.
Indeed.
I want the family who is listening to know that they always tell you it's not how you start the race, but how you finish the race. In this case, and many other cases that I can get into in detail, how he started is how he finished. He was not a credit to Black people. He was one of those enemies to Black people who shrouded it in Negro intellectualism, elitism, and then when it all fell down, we always take any Black person back, regardless of the state, regardless of the atrocities. And when they did not renew his passport, he was trapped in the Gold Coast. He was not there of his own free will and accord. You understand? So when we talk about mixed ancestry, when we start talking about Negro first, the first Negro to do this and the Negro to do this and the Negro to do that, you better check the ancestry. You better check their ancestry and their attitudes and habits and behaviors and statements towards Black people. So again, I got a whole bomb over here, so I just don't want y'all to think I'm idling, because all of this psychological profile of everything that's been discussed over the last few weeks is going to come to a culminating point. Y'all gonna be glad y'all stuck around for these bonuses, right?
I say. Woo. All right, thank you for that addition, Brother KBA. All right. So, I have a couple clips here. So I'm gonna come to the ethereal journalist on this, is to determine how we're going to move forward. Because I have some clips to show some examples of the Negropeanism. All right. I have some clips on Thomas Sowell. I'm not sure if let me play a couple of these clips, and then we'll see how we how y'all want to move forward. All right. Because I have kind of like the archetype for this new Black conservatism. Okay, this Thomas Sowell and some of the current ideology, the framework for the current ideology of the present day alt-right, the Black alt-right movement. All right, so let me play a clip or two, and then we'll see how to proceed from there. Also got some information on Jack and Jill, Freemasonry, Eastern Stars, Black elitism, the Blue Vein Society, and looking at some things on elitism versus quote unquote hood mentality. All right, so let me start off with some of the groundworks of what we are seeing present day with some of the rhetoric of the Black conservatives. Okay, let me share a clip or two. All right. Now this is Thomas Sowell. All right, let's check out. And I mean this is one of the tops as it pertains to Koonificence. All right, he's one of the best to ever do it. Okay, this is like the Godfather. Let's take a listen.
Slavery has been a universal institution for thousands of years, as far back as you can trace human history. And what we're looking at is if slavery is something that happened to one race of people in one country, when in fact the spread of it was around the world. In 1776 is when Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, as well as when the United States got started. He said that Western Europe is the only place in the world where there is no slavery. And even the Western Europeans had vast numbers of slaves in the Western Hemisphere, not in Western Europe itself. And so if you're going to have reparations for slavery, it's going to be the greatest transfer of wealth back and forth. Because the number of whites, for example, who were enslaved in North Africa by the Barbary pirates exceeded the number of Africans enslaved in the United States and in the American colonies before that put together. But nobody is going to North Africa to ask for reparations because nobody is going to be fool enough to give it to them. Slavery has been a universal.
Let me stop it right there. Okay, let me come to another clip from one of their favorite bootlickers. All right. Okay. I believe this is a clip of quotes. All right. Let me just read some of the quotes from Thomas Sowell or Sowell. Racial bean counters automatically attribute statistical differences between blacks and whites to racial discrimination, but they never attribute statistical differences between whites and Asian Americans to discrimination. All right.
Racial bean counters automatically attribute statistical differences between blacks and whites to racial discrimination. But they never attribute statistical differences between whites and Asian Americans to discrimination. When banks approve a higher percentage of loans to white applicants than to black applicants, that is automatically called discrimination. But when Asian Americans are approved at a higher rate than whites, it is not. Nor is it called discrimination when Asians do better than whites on SAT scores, unemployment rates, or income. Racial bean.
All right, family. Just another example. Now, this is the intellectual justifications, the pseudo-intellectual justifications, inflating one thing with the other. Okay. So let me see if I think I got one more. Okay. This is a retort actually. But let me stop there. Okay. Let me come to the ethereal journalist on this type of top-notch coonery. All right. This is Koonificence at its best. Let me come to the ethereal journalist. What say you on this matter? Is this making sense intellectually, or are there some fine details that are being left out of these arguments? Let me come over to Brother Pollinator.
I'm gonna hit it real quick because I want to hear what everybody else got to say because I want to absorb something like a sponge on this one. I think that when you have people like him and some of the other subject matters that we're going to be talking about tonight, we got to think about programming. These individuals are coded, they're algorithmed, they're scripted, and they're pretty much the ones that have came into this matrix and have drank the Kool-Aid. And that's why the those who run this evil, wicked prison system of the 3D matrix, the evil 3D matrix, are able to do these things because these people are bought, sold, and paid for, and they don't care about, you know, doing what they do. They just saying, hey, grease my palms at the end of the day. Throw that check in the bank. I done did my job and I could live the way I want to live. The hell with the natives and the people of my community. That's how these people get down. So with that being said, I mean, you know, him and probably a million others we can get that same example to, but it was a great example just to kick off this Coonism show. I yield.
All right. Give thanks. Let me come over to Sister Empress. Any additions on this?
No, not particularly. I mean, this has been going on for decades, and of course now in more modern day we're able to see it more. But these are some of the undermining things that have been going on within our movements for at least 100 years that we have pretty much, you know, documented to a great extent. So, you know, it is what it is.
All right, give thanks. Thank you for that addition, Sister Empress. Let me come over to Brother KBA. What say you on this?
What's his daddy's name?
I gotta double check. I ain't even get that far into it.
Yeah. See if they'll tell you what his daddy's name is.
Kulture, Coonta.
Kunte. Kunte.
And this is kind of, you know, this is King Coon. This is one of the godfathers right here. I ain't gonna tell you. This is one of the ones. A lot of the
who raised him? Who raised him? Who bought and paid for him? Who groomed him up? Who did he study under? Who's George Stigler? That ain't his daddy, but that might as well have been his daddy. You understand? So when we start talking into the profile, because all of these are connected, when we start talking about elitism, the first thing you have to abandon in the space of elitism is the care for the group that you belong to. If y'all go back to that movie, The Spook Was Sat by the Door, do you remember what the CIA director said to those black men that were in there? He said, "You people represent the best of your race." You people, he said, you people represent the best of your race. So that means that you are already in a class above, in the eyes of our enemies, above us. So now what are you doing? What are you doing to us? You're looking down at us. So any attempt to connect back with us is thwarted. So in order for you to stay in your elitism zone, you cannot allow the mask to slip where you're showing care and compassion to the group that they separated or segregated you from. They don't even say his father's name. His father passed away shortly after he was born. They don't even dignify his father's name. So if they're not going to call his father's name, he has no connection to us whatsoever. None. He was passed around through the family, went away, went to the military, and then the rest is history. Okay? This is a psychological profile to the T on how you make an enemy to our people. He will always scratch where he don't itch and bend to the will of those who are his financiers and who he sees as elite. Okay? So I'm saying he as the person, but he as the movement of the mentality that's associated with elitism. I heard a young lady say earlier today that she would rather have white privilege than black privilege as a black woman. Okay, and she meant it, and she was dead set on it. So these things are permeating through, the ranks and the minds and hearts of our people. So the psychospiritual detriment of an inferiority complex and a dissatisfaction of your people either mourns God or makes a devil. And 9 times out of 10, a devil's advocate is going to be birthed out of that situation. And I'm still cooking over here, okay? I ain't even said nothing. So I just want y'all to know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can keep on adding to this.
And I just wanted to add a name. We've talked about it amongst ourselves, but I want to make sure that our family knows this name, and that is Walter E. Williams. Again, you don't really hear a lot about him, but once you Google him, you will see why. He is, up there in that same kind of league. So again, Walter E. Williams, he's an economist. Well, he was an economist. He passed, I think, in 2020.
Tim Scott and the rest of them flunkies. Yeah, it's a laundry list of them. A laundry list of them.
Okay. Let me go to another. We got another clip, family. All right.
I wonder if they read Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Wonder if they ready.
If they read.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let me get to my next clip, family. Now this again, so that was kind of like kind of like The Godfather. All right, and then you see the smaller minions that have spawned from some of these teachings. All right, let's get to Officer Tatum. All right, for those who are not familiar, let me go ahead and share my screen. We're going to see 2 clips on Officer Tatum and see what he has to say.
For free, good boy. He's shilling for Israel for free. Don't even need to get paid. That's a good boy.
Here's the deal, fam. These people talk about this dude like that all the time. Let me tell you something, Race Batum Tatum. When your audience or your team or your party or your pick, crew, expect ideological conformity, the moment you disagree with them, it's over. And that's the risk you take. When you sell out, when you have no conscience, when you have no integrity, that's what happens.
All right, that's some of the reviews from some of the people that's supposed to be in his own camp. Okay, and the review from Willie D. Okay, but the European that was talking about good boys, so on and so forth. That's somebody that's supposed to be on his own team. Okay, this expressing how they feel about him. Let's hear from Officer Tatum himself. Okay, let's hear some of his ideological rhetoric. Okay, and we can observe, family, in real time the cognitive dissonance. This is a debate that that he has staged. All right, and this young man, this black man, posed a question to him, which he had no answer for. He had no information on, and yet he still attempted to hold his position. Let's take a look.
Everybody must watch this video. Let me know what you think about this one.
Question: who created race?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inês de Zerara in 1452. He was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church, and they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race?
Do you
It's a
believe race
social
exists?
construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
It's we live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man created it?
Yes, it's
and we
documented.
perpetuate it.
Yes, it's literally
Black people
documented.
also perpetuate it.
It's documented. They published 2 papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same page. It's social construct. It's not really
wait.
the
What was
determining
the
factor.
purpose of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was.
I got
in creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not.
It's
agree to that
literally
premise.
documented. I don't care if
I
you
don't
agree
agree
or
to
not.
that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll
the point
accept
being,
that.
is that this system was literally created to disenfranchise Black people. Specifically, it's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
But I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise Black people.
It literally was.
Race has never, slavery was never about race.
Everybody must watch.
I mean, it's almost it's almost comical, but it's so sad. It's so sad. Let me stop the screen share there, family. So I was literally seeing in real time his mental state break down and cognitive dissonance kick in, and and as I was watching the reaction from some of the audience members, I can see their minds literally be blown because they had never heard this information before. And those who come with this whole argument of racism is over, race don't exist, so on and so forth, if it is created and invented, it exists. So but for some of these people, for that reality to hit them in that manner, with that brute force of truth, it was just super powerful. His whole argument crumbled. I mean, his whole ideology, his soul lifted from his body. His whole ideology crumbled in a matter of minutes. Incredible. But still, he denied it. This is the type of mentality that we're dealing with. Let me bring it over to the theory journalist. And again, this is a spawn. This is one of the children from, an individual that we just looked at earlier with Thomas Sowell. All right, this is the type of ideology that is birthed from that type of ignorance and that type of self-hatred. Okay, and people latch on to it because they want so badly to not be associated with Blackness and to want to get that proximity to whiteness and that approval and such self-denial and denial of truth and history that they would put together any type of ideological construct in order to justify it. Let me come to the theory journalist on this one. Brother Pollinator, what say you on this one?
I'm gonna get a quick and dirty on it. Sister Soldier came out with the hate that hate produced years back. All these people are the residual effects of a seed that was planted into them and the fruit that was born from the root to the fruit, as we always say, where now, like you said earlier, self-hatred pretty much is magnified in their whole soul. And hurt people hurt their own people. Okay? Before the people that actually planted the seed, because you got to be a USDA fruit inspector. That thing went in as an apple and it came out as an orange on the back end of the tree. So this is what hate produced. Like Sister Soldier said, the hate that hate produced is what a lot of our family, our people have gotten themselves caught up in. And now hurt people don't just hurt other people, they hurt their own people. And that's where we at with this whole thing. And I'm glad we're taking this deep dive tonight because as well as in the past episodes that we've been dealing with this whole issue, because people need to see the truth about who we are as a people, so there won't be no fronting about, can we really get together collectively and really stop the oppression of our people and do the things that are going to be for the greater good of and benefit of our people? Or is this just a fleeting dream? And in my eyes, I have to call it out. I've been calling it out for years. One of the people that came up against me in Mecklenburg County happened to be my frat brother, as well as a board member of Jack and Jill, and a high member in the elite hierarchy of the city or the county government. And he sold me out. And I went to him before I went to anybody else, thinking that maybe my connection with this school of thought called Omega Psi Phi, this spoken will that I was a part of when I was in school and I graduated and I pledged and all that nonsense. You know, maybe I can reach him, but I couldn't reach him because he was gone. That ninja was gone. He was a Jack and Jill dude. He was a hierarchy of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. He was the one that helped become a grand marshal when they bought the fraternity grand conclave to Charlotte about 4 years ago. But the ninja sold me out. So I can feel that. I can feel not just what we're talking about. I had individuals that I thought I could utilize the network that I had created through doing the pledge thing with Omega Psi Phi or any other type of networking or affiliation or organization that I might have decided at that time that I wanted to be a part of, would look at it from, this is a greater benefit of our people. If I'm talking about, you know, stopping syphilis in babies in our communities and they're dropping dead like flies and we're not doing nothing about it. And we're in these positions where we can do something about it. So off with their heads, man. And for a lot of them that betrayed me and did what they did, you know, straight to the lake. I don't care about these people because they're not my people. I yield.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for that addition, Brother Pollinator. Let me come on over to Sister Empress. Any additions on this?
So I'm just going to say, who taught us to hate ourselves? I mean, there it is. Quick sidebar. So most know that we have been talking about the International Day of Remembrance. We've been talking about that for quite a while. I mean, even before March the 25th, because it's something we've been observing for quite a while. Well, best believe, family, people are listening to us and some are even reading some of our information, because I got a report earlier that shared how a well-known group here in Philadelphia did something to commemorate International Day of Remembrance. Now, I could be wrong, but I ain't never heard that group do that before. And that particular group is on our E-list and is tapped into some of our Facebooks. So y'all do the math.
Culture bandits. Of their own people.
Well, all right. Indeed. Thank you for that. This is Sister Empress. I'm coming over to Brother KBA.
One quick sidebar,
Oh, yeah.
just to give you a little hint. So the ancestors are not being revenged.
Ooh.
Yikes. Ooh. Off with their heads too.
Yikes.
All right. Let me come over to Brother KBA. Any additions on this one, good brother?
I don't know the last time y'all saw the movie The Spook Who Sat by the Door, but the good brother Che Black and I, we did sort of a breakdown on the film from, you know, a mathematical cinematic perspective. Do y'all remember who informed on the guy who's supposed to be the protagonist in the film? Y'all remember who informed on him?
Was it one of the street dudes?
No.
I can't remember.
The adulteress that he laid with. The adulteress that he laid with. The adulteress that he laid with the entire time. He let his mask slip twice. So the adulteress that he laid with, and I keep saying adulteress because she She was with him. She left him, married a dude, came back to him, and still was with him, laying up with him, going back to her husband. So when the insurrections broke out in the city, she was venting that her husband lost his job. He was the first Negro, the only Negro surgeon in the hospital. Okay? So he is telling her from the street perspective, and he let that mask slip a little too bit. One of the things she said, I implore you to go back and watch it, even if you only watch this scene. She said, don't romanticize those N-words. They're not beautiful. He's talking about our plight in the street. And she said to him, don't romanticize them N-words. They're not beautiful. She said all of the black people are going to suffer because of some N-words who don't know how to behave. That's what she said. So he tried to reassure her, and the way she sat back and looked at him like, oh, you trying to con me now. She left him, and she went immediately to his police officer friend. The police officer friend launched his own investigation into his friend. He said that he listened to those tapes for hours and hours and hours, broke into dude's house, and was waiting for him in his house to apprehend him and bring him to justice, his best friend. So the friend chose his badge over his people and over somebody who's like a brother to him. His duty, his solemn oath as an officer, okay? An officer over his friend, an officer over his people. So we're talking about the officer. The officer has a sworn duty. And you see that. You don't get to these public stages and to be out in the front if you have a message that is counterculture or counterproductive or counterinsurgent to the will of your master. So we could look at what's the slave's name? What's his name? Officer what?
Officer Tatum.
Officer Tater Tot, right? Or we could look at the Slave Patrol Foundation that these indentured servants who left the plantation and got badges became. The paddy wagons, those Irish folks that we act like we got so much kinship to and so much daggone relationship to, the paddy rollers, with the bagpipes and the kilts. So when you equate an experience that we suffered here in America, unlike any other experience on the planet, and you just say, oh, okay, well, you know, this ain't an American institution thing. It's a world thing. And then when you go back and say, oh, nobody's going to go to Northern Africa. Oh, I'm glad you said Northern Africa. The sub-Saharan slave trade. 1,000 years. You're not talking about that either, are you? So again, these fine points that are cherry-picked and these talking points that are fed to them is what they are in allegiance to. So the profile of the officer in the movie The Spook Who Sat by the Door and the adulteress that lay with him, and himself, he was an agent. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not exonerating him. He was an ex-CIA agent. I don't know how you become an ex-CIA agent. I don't know how you do that. You understand what I'm saying? So you're there, indiscriminate to the information and the training tactics and procedures he brought back to the neighborhood. He was a social worker in that neighborhood. He was another agent. He took off one uniform. He was in the military, put on another uniform, a CIA operative, and then put on another uniform called social worker. We wear the mask that grins and lies. So y'all was talking about the Drop Squad movement, and Lerone Bennett Jr. was the quote that Boo Boo was using in the movie. We wear the mask that grins and lies. So he's there as a captive, but he's educating the people that's there at the same time. We both doing what we doing. We both masquerading. You just masquerading militant, and I'm masquerading in the market, in the boardroom. Neither one of us are for real. Both of us are pretend. Why? Because Fat Money, it didn't work on Fat Money. Fat Money left out of captivity and his life was taken. So the Drop Squad program that initially was supposed to do some good was no longer doing any good. Did they disband it? No. They kept it in circulation. So again, what is it telling you? That 9 times out of 10, your enemies provide you your antagonists and your protagonists, your militants and its dissidents. They're funded the same way. They're operated and controlled in the same way. So something to think about as we look and delve into this mind mapping sociological profile of a dissident. You know, of a one who believes that there's nothing that we can offer them, and they have no love or loyalty or allegiance to us. They pledge allegiance to their flag.
Ashe. All right. Give thanks. Say for that addition, Brother KBA.
That was an exegesis breakdown there, Brother KBA. Exegesis, and I ain't talking about Jesus.
I'm warming up a little bit, okay? I just
And I ain't talking about
too long. I
Jesus.
want to make sure we get to our space over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Yeah, we getting warmed up, family. We getting warmed up. All right. Getting ready to really start cranking that fire up a little bit. Okay. Let's jump into it a little bit deeper. All right. Let's give a base level examine or explanation or history of a little bit of Freemasonry, family. Okay. All right. So now this is a very surface level aspect of it, and then I want to let the ethereal journalists be able to tap in and go a little bit deeper. All right. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see what we have here. And this is also coming from a Euro centric kind of lens. So keep that in mind. But of course, we got the ethereal journalists here to be able to break this thing down magnificently. Okay. So don't worry. All right, let me go ahead and let it rock.
Freemasonry is one of the oldest and most well-known secret societies in the world, with its roots tracing back to the late 16th and early 17th centuries. It originally began as a guild for stonemasons, but over time, it evolved into a fraternal organization focused on moral philosophy, personal development, and charity. Women are typically not allowed, but there are co-Masonic lodges and female-only Masonic organizations that admit women. Freemasons belong to local groups, called lodges, where they engage in rituals, use symbolic tools, and follow teachings based on the allegory of the stonemason's craft. These symbols, like the compass and square, represent moral and ethical lessons. The core principles of Freemasonry are brotherhood, charity, and truth, with members striving to become better men and contribute positively to society. One of the most important things to know about Freemasonry is that it is not a religion, although it does require its members to believe in a higher power, often referred to as the great architect of the universe. Freemasonry is open to men of all religions and backgrounds. However, because of its secretive nature, Freemasonry has long been the subject of controversy and conspiracy theories. So, why is Freemasonry controversial? First, the secrecy. Freemasons keep their rituals, meetings, and membership details private. This secrecy has led to wild speculation and conspiracy theories. Some people believe Freemasons have a hidden agenda to control political or economic systems worldwide. Others think they are part of an elite group that wields power in global affairs. However, there is no credible evidence to support these claims. Second, religious criticism. Some religious groups, particularly in the past, have viewed Freemasonry as incompatible with their beliefs. The Catholic Church, for instance, has historically condemned Freemasonry because it encourages religious tolerance and allows men of different faiths to unite under shared values, rather than under the dogma of a single religion. Lastly, the influence of Freemasons in history. Several important historical figures, including George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, and Winston Churchill, were Freemasons. This has fueled the idea that Freemasons have had a hand in shaping significant world events. While Freemasons have certainly been involved in leadership roles, the organization itself does not take political stances or aim to influence governments, at least as far as we know. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Thanks.
All right. Let me stop it there. Now, I do have another, because these things are interconnected, family. So I do have another video that is, because I want to also get into the Eastern Stars, which is the female aspect of the secret society of Freemasonry. All right, I want to kind of spin that into the Black Boule, okay, and get into how some of these things are interconnected. But I do have another video. I'll let the family decide how we proceed. I do have another video. It's a little bit longer, but perhaps we could play some of it. It is actually
keep it rocking. Yeah,
okay.
keep it rocking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, because the video that I have is of the African origins of quote unquote Freemasonry, right? Which a lot of these type of sources or these type of excerpts are not going to tell you about. Okay, so let me give y'all a taste of that. Let me give y'all a snippet of that. Okay, let me stop that share real quick. Okay. But I want to make sure that we have things in context, family, and be able to kind of get into some additional information, to shore it up, coming from this holistic perspective. Because, again, you're really not going to hear those type of reports that are stemming from, the origin or source of things. Okay, so let me pull this up and let me share my screen. Okay, now this is coming from the brother Ashra Kwesi, all right, who has held retreats, okay, going over to ancient Kemet and teaching some of this ancient knowledge and history. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen.
Again, now you can feel the effect of this most powerful mastaba of Meruka. We are right here inside of mastaba. It has over 300 rooms. This brother formed his mastaba for his whole family, like a home with rooms and many rooms, and look how large it is. And we're talking about going the old kingdom. And he was a Tajeti, or what is known as a vizier for Teti. Now, what was his job? What did he do? He looked over all the others who were the builders of the mastabas. He also was the overseer of the crafts in the area. Now, what relationship can we connect that to what we know today? That is masonry. This is where he was the overseer of, he was the grand master of all the crafts, all the workers in this area. So he was a very serious grand vizier. It would be equivalent to somebody like Imhotep. But he was for Teti. Now, of course, to become such a high status, you had to go to school for 40 years to become the Grand Master. He was what you would call a son of light. The son of light was achieved by opening up of his mind, opening up his pineal gland. The position that you will see of all the Grand Masters, such as Mer Ruka, is with his left leg forward. And many of the other kings, you always see the left leg forward. Why is the left leg always forward? The left leg is forward, first of all, because the heart is on the left side, and they must trample down evil. Evil is always present. Our ancestors understood the laws of opposites, so he must walk with his left foot forward to trample down evil so his heart can go forward. See, as you trample it down, then your heart will go forward. So this was the purpose of the left leg forward, to trample down evil for his heart to go forward. Later, the European military took this from Kemet: left, right, left, right, left, right. This is where that came from. This African here also has the apron. That's the symbol, and he also has the collar. Now look at that very closely, because you know this guy. His name is George Washington. He has his left leg forward. Look at the collar and the apron. Where did it? Now you have come back, all the way back, and seeing the origin. But we want to show you where this came from. This didn't start in no 1717 tea house in England. This was the 360 degrees what we had, not no 33 degrees, a few degrees above freezing. These were the true Grand Masters. This is the origin. So why would you go back to Jerusalem with Solomon's temple, supposedly where Hiram Habith was the Grand Master for Solomon of 900 years BC? Brothers and sisters, this is over 4,000 years ago. There was no Hiram Habith yet. There was no Solomon yet. So why should we be worshiping them? Because we have lost our story. This is where it all began, Masons. Huh? This is where it all came from. This is the true worshipful Grand Master that stood in the northeast corner where you are right now to get the light, where the light of the world came from. This is where the Pythagorean order came from. So we got all kinds of levels we're going to be dealing with here. But this is where it came from. And that's why they put this symbol on the dollar bill. They knew where the light of the knowledge came from. The pyramid, here where you are, brothers and sisters, which you saw up on that hill. Why were they using these symbols? Now you understand why we were not allowed to deal with Kemet. We must take the key and unlock the sacred knowledge is what we're doing here. But brothers and sisters, we come back to grab you with the Grand Master's grip, to bring you up to the living perpendicular to who we are as an African people. That's what we're trying to do here, brothers and sisters.
All right, let me stop my screen share there, family. Let me stop my screen share there, okay? To give y'all a little bit of back history, okay? Because they'll proclaim, you know, that Freemasonry, so on and so forth, was started, you know, 17, sometimes 1500, you know. But I want to give y'all the origin story, give y'all the root, as opposed to just giving y'all the fruit. Okay, so a little bit of backstory there. Now, let's see. We have the Eastern Star that developed as well. Okay, now this is also the Eurocentric perspective. All right, and this is the feminine or the female version or aspect of Freemasonry. Now, as you can see, with the ancient African or Kemetic aspects of it, there was no need for a female version of it because there was duality, there was balance, there was understanding, right? Understanding, overstanding, and outerstanding. There was a holistic 360-degree approach. So the female was venerated in the same manner, the feminine energy, in the same manner that the masculine energy was. And in some cases, at an even higher realm. Okay? So there was no need to create a feminine or female version of it. It already existed. It was within the teachings. There could not be one without the other. Okay? So this to show you where things truly originated from. But we busy going chasing our tails and following behind people that we taught, thinking that we getting the truth. You've been bamboozled, family. You've been hoodwinked, and you've been led astray. Let me share my screen real quick. Let me come to the theory journals for any ideas before I move forward. Let me come to the theory journalists. All right, we're gonna keep it rocking. Family. There's no additions quite yet.
Emerged as an organization closely associated with Freemasonry, a fraternal order that has its origins in the medieval stonemason guilds of Europe. Freemasonry had gained popularity in the United States during the 18th century, and by the 19th century, it was a prominent fraternal and secret society. The early development of the OES was influenced by the desire to involve women in the Masonic experience. While women were traditionally excluded from the Masonic lodges, various Masonic leaders recognized the importance of their participation and sought to create an affiliated organization specifically for women. Emerged as a
Okay. Let me pause right there really quickly. Okay. All right. I want to get to this other piece. Okay. Let me share this screen instead because it's going to get a little bit more further in depth.
The Order of the Eastern Star is another Masonic-affiliated fraternal organization, primarily based in the United States, but also present in other countries. It is open to both men and women, although its primary membership consists of Master Masons and their female relatives. The Order of the Eastern Star was established in the mid-19th century, with its roots traced back to the early 1850s. It was founded by Dr. Rob Morris, a prominent Freemason and lawyer, along with the help of several other Masons, as a way to provide a social and fraternal organization for the female relatives of Master Masons. The organization is based on various biblical figures, particularly the characters of Oda, Ruth, Esther, Martha, and Electa, each representing different virtues and lessons. The term Eastern Star is a reference to the biblical Star of Bethlehem, which guided the three wise men to the birthplace of Jesus Christ. Members of the Order of the Eastern Star are organized into local chapters. Each chapter is led by a worthy matron and worthy patron. The order focuses on promoting friendship, charitable activities, and community service. It is deeply rooted in moral and ethical values, encouraging its members to live virtuous and honorable lives. The rituals and ceremonies of the Order of the Eastern Star are symbolic and esoteric, with elements drawn from Freemasonry.
All right, let me stop my screen share there. And then again, they're not going to tell you what the actual origins of Freemasonry was. They're going to try to spin it back to some European aspect of creation. They're going to try to spin the story about something that's happening with Christianity, the new age of Christianity, and the so-called Jesus Christ. All right, which if you look back once again, that original Trinity and that whole story of Immaculate Conception was thousands of years prior to that. And again, in ancient Kemet, okay, with Asar, Aset, and Haru, the original Trinity, man, woman, and child, okay? And again, where the feminine aspect was stripped from the story. And this is where you see a lot of the imbalances that we have today, family. This is what's really going on, okay? As we stated from the beginning, this rabbit hole goes deep. It goes deep, family. And it goes into the aspects of indoctrination that we see today with social, political, and religious indoctrination. And it's all really based on systems of control and manipulation, because they don't give you the whole truth. They only give you, from their own mouths, 33% of it, or 33 degrees of it, of the 360 degrees. So they telling you right there from the beginning, they only gonna give you half parts of the truth, parts of the story, so that you're incomplete in your analysis and your perception. Your eyes is wide shut. Let me come to the thorough journalist for any additions on this one, family. Let me come to the journalist.
Thank you for that very accurate history breakdown and bringing forth this information to the masses. Because at the end of the day, when you don't incorporate the divine feminine and you take that and you make it all patriarchal or, based on masculinity or the masculine person versus incorporating, like you said, the duality of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, that's when you can control the world, because you're only putting it from one aspect of the Godhead or of the ethereal truth and reality of where we come from with divine masculine, divine feminine. And, it's funny because even from a Hebrew / Aramaic / Israel, Black Israel perspective, all of them knew and understood the pyramid systems and the ancient Egyptian mystery systems, because that was one of the school of thoughts that they had to go into to understand a greater understanding of creation or understanding of the universe and the cosmos. Joseph, when he went to Egypt, he became the governor and was able to free the people because they were all melanated and carbonated beings, and bring the Hebrews into collaboration with the brothers and sisters of that time that were in Egypt. Even Moshe, who they call Moses, was one of the highest ordered initiates of the Egyptian mystery systems and became a prince of the mystery, the prince of Egypt, as we know. Even when Yeshua, who they call Jesus, which is not his name, he had to go and leave the area of the Hebrew nation when Herod tried to eliminate and exterminate, pretty much commit genocide against all Hebrew babies up to a certain age. I think it was like 2 or 3 or maybe even 4. He had to flee with his family to Egypt. And when he went there, that was one of the first places he would tell his mom, I got to go learn about the Egyptian mystery systems. And then he became one of the highest initiates under the order before he traveled on to the Far East and did the understanding of Reiki healing, as well as, the other stuff with reincarnation and everything else that comes with having complete knowledge and not just knowledge of one particular aspect. But I say that to say we as melanated and carbonated people have always exchanged information between what we call the Egyptian mystery systems and understanding the power that comes with being a part of those elements of the universe. And to not know these things is the reason why you get indoctrinated into a patriarchal religion such as Christianity, and even to some extents, well, to a lot of extents, Islam and any other of the major 3, religions of the world, because you've taken out the Mason, the real Mason, Ma. That's the beginning of Mason. Ma's sons and Ma's daughters. Not somebody from Scotland that calls them a Scottish rite, or from York. We ain't from Scotland or Ireland, the land of angry people. We from the continent, the motherland, and we from all over the world, because we got pyramids in every continent. So stop listening to the Scottish rites and all that other stuff. And then for the people that took on the Scottish rites or the European version of Ma's sons and call themselves Prince Hall, that's a fallacy, man. Y'all haven't done y'all history. And like you said, they stuck like Chuck on a muck in a broke down truck at 33 degrees. And some of them don't even make 33 because they get frozen right there at 32. But how do you determine a man is going to help? How do you allow the power of one person that's going to dictate to you how many degrees you go get to? And when you get to the 33rd, you become unfrozen and now you can see the light. Nah, y'all still dead, because those are dead things when you allow a man to dictate your elevation to how high you need to go for your own knowledge of self. You gonna get that to another person and say you can't be a Shriner or 33 above because we dictate who gets to that point or not? Come on, man. Y'all are dead. All those principles are dead. Okay. So with that being said, you know, great presentation, Captain Uncaged. I appreciate you showing that. I yield.
Give thanks. Thanks for that addition, brother Pollinator. All right. Let me come back to the journalists. Any other additions before we keep this thing rolling? Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Let me come to another aspect real quick. This I guess you would call like a brief intermission. We've been hitting them pretty hard with the information. So I want to bring a little bit of
little comic relief here.
Little spoken word, actually. Little spoken word.
Spoken word relief is just as good, yeah.
Little bit of the word, as they say. You know what I'm saying?
Everything that hate them. Now, before I start venting, I would like to mention that I too am a victim to the symptoms of the sickness. Because I love hip hop. Love everything that hate them.
What do you say? Hold on. Let me bring it back real quick.
Now, before I start venting, I would like to mention that I too am a victim to the symptoms of the sickness. Because I love hip hop at its essence, but yet, I wonder, are we the only people that be dancing to death? Like, we really party to it. The radio be like, blow, 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 even when we barbecuing. Like, let a nigga try me. I'ma get his whole motherfucking family. And I ain't playing with nobody. Fuck around and I'ma catch a body. The vibration is extra low, but it's catchy though. I don't know how the high it makes me feel will affect my soul, but shit, this the shit we dance to. Ride around and jam to. Other folks be like, wow, look how happy it makes them. Cause niggas love everything that hate them. Goodness gracious. Mobster movies, our favorite. Goodfellas, Sopranos, Casino, you name it. Remember in Godfather at the Five Family Banquet? Don Zulici pitched an idea everybody seemed to be okay with. He said, I want to keep the drug game respectable. I don't want it sold near children. I don't want it sold near schools. That's an infamia. In my city, we will traffic through the dark people, the coloreds. They're animals anyway, so what if they lose their souls? Now that's foul, but I get it. The mob was preying on the desperate, but that's capitalism. They were hacking the system. As a family, real hustlers. But that ain't enough to name my shit after them racist motherfuckers. Hollow the Don, Yo Gotti, Math Hoffa. Even Sauce Walker got an album called The Sauce Father, because we pledge allegiance to the grind. We can't knock the hustle, even hustles that we ain't in, or maybe because niggas love everything that hate them. Because wasn't nothing made for them. We get overcharged for Mercedes Benz because they supposed to match our shade of skin. This is stuff that you could look up, ain't made up shit. Jay-Z promoted Cristal for free, and they told him that he should quit because they didn't want their product to be promoted by a person by the likes of him. And these are the brands that we break the bank to get? That's crazy. That's like a group of people, right? Being denied entry to a club. Instead of just let them, they demand to be let in to spend money with people who don't even respect them. And that shit's crazy. Like the prices of them Italian purses and wallets. I shouldn't even have to tell you. You see how they do their own black people in soccer, but y'all know we don't love soccer, so I'm gonna just stop it. But they did Jim Jones dirty at the Gucci store in New York. Lupe and Pharrell get treated like literal niggers in Paris at Goyard. They even diss Oprah at the Louis store in Rome, y'all. Lets you know how they really feel about us. And love everything that hate them.
Let me stop my screen share there, family. All right, a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of spoken word, a little bit of poetry. But hopefully that was able to resonate, going back to some of the original points that was made. You know, who taught you to hate yourself? And then if you hate yourself, you damn sure gonna hate each other, your neighbor, your brother, your sister. Okay. All right, family. So let's keep it rocking and rolling. Let's keep it moving. Just a little snippet, a little tidbit. Let's jump into the Black Boule. With that being said, all right. Let's see what's going on. A little bit of snippet, a little tidbit on the Black Boule.
Black elite. Not influencer wealth, not flash brands. I'm talking about private networks, legacy capital, and the gatekeepers of access. Let's talk about the Boule, the oldest Black Greek letter organization in America. Founded in 1904 in Philadelphia, Sigma Pi Phi fraternity, commonly known as the Boule, was created by 6 Black professionals, doctors, dentists, and scholars, who weren't allowed into the white elite societies of their time. This wasn't a college fraternity like Alpha Phi Alpha or Kappa Alpha Psi. The Boule was for grown men already established, already influential. It was designed to be an elite fraternity for Black men of high achievement, those shaping law, medicine, education, and business. Think of it as a Black think tank meets old school private club. Members have included W.E.B. Du Bois, Martin Luther King Jr., Ralph Bunche, Andrew Young, Eric Holder, and yes, many of them were also members of other civil rights organizations. But the Boule operated quietly, often behind the scenes, preserving cultural capital and advancing Black influence in professional and political spheres. Today, Sigma Pi Phi has over 5,000 members across the United States, the Caribbean, and the UK, and remains one of the most powerful but least discussed institutions in Black America. But it also opens the door to a bigger question. Is exclusivity necessary for influence, or does it reinforce the same hierarchies we're trying to dismantle? How do we build access without assimilation? And can Black power thrive in private when so many of us are still locked out?
I gotta pause right there, family. I gotta pause because these are very important
Black power
questions.
thrive.
Is exclusivity necessary for influence? Does it reinforce the same hierarchies we're trying to dismantle? How do we build access without assimilation? Can Black power thrive in private? Why? Let's continue.
In private when so many of us are still locked out. The Boulet's legacy is complicated, part protection, part prestige. And in today's conversation around Black wealth, it reminds us we need rooms where we feel safe to build, but we also need new models of visibility, transparency, and inclusion. Because what good is legacy if it doesn't open the door for the next generation? Like what you learned today, Creativity Meets Capital is where I take you behind the curtain.
All right. All right. Shout out to it's Nina Orm. All right, for that information. Let me stop my screen share there. Okay, as we start to delve a little bit further into the aspects of the Black Boule, all right, and the Black aspects of Freemasonry. Okay. With that being said, let's get to the origin real quick. Let's jump back a little bit and get into some of that origin story so I can share some of that with you all. Okay. But these are some of the important questions that we must ask ourselves today. Okay. Are these things now, even if in their origin, if they were developed with quote unquote good intent, how are these instruments used today? All right. And who do they actually benefit? Does it benefit a small minority or the masses of our people? Okay. And these are the people that they tell you to look up to, because as you begin to as we begin to dive into the deeper into this rabbit hole, we can see that a lot of the people of prominence, Black people, are indeed members of these secret societies, and they don't tell you a lot of information, right? They don't reveal a lot of information that they could, a lot of information that can help you to elevate and to evolve. All right, let me Let me refresh this and let's jump into some of the history.
Prince Hall was a prominent African-American abolitionist and the founder of Prince Hall Freemasonry, the first Black Masonic lodge in the United States. Born around 1735, possibly in Barbados or New England, Hall was a free Black man who advocated for the rights and education of African Americans. In 1775, he and 14 other free Black men were initiated into Masonry by a British Army lodge stationed in Boston. When denied admission to existing American lodges, Hall established African Lodge No. 1, later chartered as African Lodge No. 459 by the Grand Lodge of England in 1784. This became the cornerstone of Black Freemasonry in America. Prince Hall also petitioned the Massachusetts legislature for equal rights and supported the Back to Africa movement. His legacy lives on through Prince Hall Masonic lodges, which continue to serve Black communities across the nation.
Does it though? Does it really? All right. Let me pause right there. Let me come to the ethereal journalist for any additions on this before we keep it moving forward. All right. Sister Empress, you have anything to add on this?
No, not really. I mean,
Okay.
you know, I'm just going to say this and leave it at that. In the very near future, folks will begin to hear more about the rising up of the Universal Church of Justice, Truth, Justice, and Liberation. I'll just leave it at that.
All right. All right. I say, give thanks. Thank you for that addition, Sister Empress. We come over to Brother Pollinator. Any additions to the information that we have seen thus far? Okay, you on mute. I'm not sure if you still.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I just had to unmute myself. No, I said I'm loving the curation of this show, because a lot of information we know, but a lot of people don't know. So us giving us the information, or giving the ethereal journey audience this information to let them go and do their research, to let them get their facts. We're just presenting information as we always do. That's going to help elevate your soul, hopefully help elevate you to another frequency of understanding, 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 and overstanding that we always talk about as you continue to develop knowledge of self. What's really interesting about the clip was that you see how 1775, I think they got started, and then in 1776 is when this country got started. You see that connection? A year later. And of course, we know Philadelphia is ground zero for Prince Hall now, you know, as well as the Boule. So what's going on with Philly? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Philly being the first capital as well. You know, there's a lot of connections there for sure.
Man, y'all better go watch that movie. What was it with Nicolas Cage a few years ago? Oh my God, what is it? Where they talked about Freemasonry and the origin and all that.
National Treasure.
National Treasure, man. They playing in our face with that one, bro. They were playing in our face with that one, but they were telling the truth in plain sight. So I yield.
I say, thank you for that addition, Brother Pollinator. Let me come over to Brother KBA. Any additions on that before we keep it moving?
All of that is funny. every bit of it is funny. And it's funny and it's sad simultaneously.
Yo, I was to say that earlier. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I was doing some work in the background, so I was listening to the build and y'all been going, so I ain't want to add too much. If the Moors, like they said, they ruled Europe, quote unquote, from 700 to 1555 in some cases. Some places 1492, but they were expelled from Spain in 1555. You telling me, well, Ireland, pardon me, Ireland. You telling me a couple hundred years later, some Irish dude seen some black dudes and was like, I like y'all. I'm going to make y'all Masons. This is the story. This is the lore that's associated with it. Y'all heard of Rich and Aller projects?
Yes, sir.
Y'all know who Richard Allen was?
Please do tell.
Richard Allen is one of them 14 men that they was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Allen. All right. We
Right there in Philly, like I said, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We cannot confuse what the bastards have done and equate it to what we've done. So there's a couple of situations here that are misrepresented grossly and purposely. Okay? The Divine Nine come from Prince Hall Freemasonry. The Black Abolitionist movement, the Underground Railroad, that was black, that whites usurped and put their name in there, the William Garrison Lloyds, and this is where we get all of this foolishness about John Brown and the rest of that, was started by these black folks, free blacks. Prince Hall was not the dude's name, but that was the title. They said everything except highlighting this Back to Africa movement, this Back to Africa movement, this Back to Africa movement that the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and folks other after him inherited, didn't start it. He didn't call that lodge the Negro Lodge. He called it the African Lodge. When they described him, despite this mixed ancestry game, I don't know how you could be born in Barbados and in the United States, either or at the same time. Because there was a real man that existed. There was a real man that existed that was responsible for the architecture in Washington, D.C. His name was Benjamin Banneker. So they showed you Benjamin Franklin, in the other part, but they didn't tell you nothing about none of the black situation on purpose. What were they doing? They were fighting for black people. I don't know what they're doing now. I know what they were doing then. I know that they was running up on slave catchers and Klansmen. I know that. I know that the homeschool and the schoolhouse comes from them. I know that for a fact. I know that. But these other aspects that are being attributed is what happens when you start dealing with other things. Now there's connections. There's connections, right? There are folks that are boule that happen to be belonging to these societies, but everybody in these societies ain't boule. I can name 5 people right now, and I'll be like, oh, and they happen to be Prince Hall Freemasons. You follow them, you quote them, you listen to their lectures, you saw them do all kind of work all over the planet. They just were not the people. Bob Steve Copley Sr., peace and blessings be upon him, talked about the oath takers. There are folks that was oath takers. There's folks that's heads of organizations. There's folks that we champion. There's folks that we adopted the Pan-African ideology from. They were Freemasons. They were Freemasons. So the nefarious things that our enemies are doing, and some of the chump stuff, because we can't act like some of these folks wasn't chumps, okay? Thurgood Marshall and Jesse Jackson and some of the rest of these folks that they named was chumps. Okay, chumps and suckers, and they belong to those boule organizations, but we cannot relegate the works that these young folks were doing on the behalf of black people and in the defense of our enemies for our communities get relegated to just some of this stuff that goes along. Now, you got to take it on the chin. If you're in these organizations, you got to hold the L. You understand what I'm saying? You got to hold the L. And I ain't talking about almighty L Pollinator. You got to hold the L that comes along with it. But if you cannot articulate it, then you're going to come up with some escapism to justify. Understand? So what we have done here in America from an organizational perspective, there's an intense study and a sort of a profile that I did in Sankofa Effect, and that was the reason for Sankofa Effect. The reason for Sankofa Effect speaks to organizational growth and development and the detriment of organization. There ain't an organization you can name that's black where I won't find some of its leadership or some of its membership having a tie to some sort of fraternal order. And on a side note, the American economic system and governmental structure is owned, operated, and controlled, and it disseminates information and everything else in the European Freemasonic model. From the jobs you work, how you selected, the process to go, the background check, everything point by point. So that's why I asked Doc Empress, when is these radical classes? Because I could break all of this stuff down to you. You understand what I'm saying? So when we look at a profile, when you approach someone with elitist, elitism, and then they start talking about secret, black people can't keep nothing to themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Black people can't keep nothing to themselves. They're on the internet now, telling the rest of the world all of our slang, everything that's supposed to be unique to us, and then be looking crazy when you see Ling Ling and them talking your slang better than you. But again, the profile that goes along with a dissident, the profile that goes along with these radicals, many of them have this sort of formal training. There's a training for young black people in America that come up in these fraternal orders from the time that they're 7 to 18, and then to college, and then the yesteryears after college. There's an entire situation where there's a fraternal organization that's connected to them from the time that they are 7 years old until they're an adult. All right? So look at white America, look at the Cub Scouts, look at the Boy Scouts, look at the Eagle Scouts, look at all of these fraternal situations. Look at the fraternal order police and how they recruit from explorers and all kinds of things. Every single entity that we're operating with and under has a class that they appeal to in regards to how they get the crop for their future generations. What sort of aspects and mechanisms are we going to put in place to bring our young liberators into a society where they see the need, the necessity to gain the skills and the know-how and the will to be able to create this liberated society, a zone that we're looking to build for future generations? What are we?
Brother KB, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Now, you just named some things that sort of like show a grooming process, correct?
Yes.
Would you think, what is your opinion about how the Nazis used to groom, or in particular the SS Corps of the Nazis used to groom young men? Is that sort of similar to what you're saying as well?
It's 100%. We
Okay.
we don't have kindergarten in America without neo-Nazi influence. Kinder is a German word. Garten is the German pronunciation of garden. We don't have kindergarten. We don't have pre-K. We don't have Head Start in these places. We contributed to schoolhouse. We are the reason why there's summer break. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody doesn't ascribe to summer break. Most of the places around the world that are advanced, they don't have no summer break. They go to school all year long. And look at what they done with what they do. You understand what I'm saying? So the summer break comes from us having to still work in the fields. And we made guerrilla education. We had homeschool to the schoolhouse that became the black colleges and universities that were usurped and transformed through Israeli endowment to historically black colleges and universities. You understand what I'm saying? So those became the breeding grounds that gave birth to the elitists and the talented Tim and the Boule and the oath takers. Prior to that, they were righteous minds that got usurped and co-opted by enemies to do our enemies' bidding, thinking that they was going to be at the protection space for our people to show. If we just show them that we're intellectual, if we show them that we're human, if we join the ranks of their military, we show them they're human, we show them that we're willing to fight, that we're willing to kill, and that we're willing to die, they'll accept us as American. You understand what I'm saying? So all of these things that were far-fetched but well-intentioned is the psychological profile that begins to erode. I want y'all to remember Glory. I mentioned Glory, I think a few weeks back. Denzel Washington was a young black man who was fed up with America. I don't know how he found his way into the space of the military, but he got into the military as a black man, and he died as a traitor to black people. They wanted you to be seen with Matthew McConaughey and Morgan Freeman and all of those people as this sort of space where they want to evolve into your mind patriotism. Patriotism and valor is supposed to mean love for your nation. But you can be too black in America, and that's a federal charge. So we have to understand that this experience in regards to this grooming process, if you are not being groomed properly for your elevation, you're being groomed properly for your destruction. So it looks fratricidal, so you never go back to the hidden hand.
Okay. Got one more for you.
All right.
Since you hot to death, you on fire, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Captain Uncage's fault, man. Captain Uncage been cooking all night. You know what I'm saying?
Man, he been cooking out. Now he done gave it.
Cooking all night.
He done gave the Bunsen burner to you now.
Yeah.
And as a part of what you're saying, go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper, but not maybe to go, but so much because we gotta watch our language on this show. The smexual rituals that are associated with whether it's the SS guards or the Nazis or the Roman Catholic priests, and even some of the alleged smexual rituals that you currently see in Hollywood, with them synagogue of Satan peoples, as well as some of our black sellouts that are billionaires, millionaires, or whatever you want to call it. Is that part of the incorporation as well of these rituals, these smexual rituals? Is that a standard operating procedure concerning these secret societies and organizations?
Yes. They have a naming ritual. They have a humiliation ritual. They have a breaking of you, right? All of these things that they learned on the plantation, they have, brought to the world. If you look at a quote unquote Arab, you would call an Arab in combat a Haji, right? They had Haji since Speed Racer. You understand what I'm saying? And the turban and all of this stuff. And Johnny Quest, Haji, right? So they had all of these naming aspects, right? So a person who goes to Mecca and performs the Hajj ritual in Islam is called an Haji. Al-Hajj Malik al-Shabazz. Al-Hajj, right? So they took something that's a rites of passage honor for a believer and turned it into something derogatory, right? So now you would call them a Haji. You would call them a zipperhead. You would call them a gook. You would call them Charlie. You understand what I'm saying? So now the catch-all for us is the N-word. The catch-all for us is the N-word because you don't see a human when you say the N-word. When you envision something, you envision what you're trained to tactically eliminate at the gun range. When you go to the gun range, those targets are black. You're shooting at black silhouettes. So you're desensitized and you're alerted in your mind to see blacks as a target. You understand what I'm saying? So again, these schmeckle rituals that go along with the branding in the indoctrination and the naming convention. The naming convention disassociates humanization. And what do? We give pet names to our enemies. We call them Karens and all that. You still think of Karen as harmless. You still think of Karen as non-threatening. That N-word is not non-threatening to you. You got it on you for them N-words. You ain't got it on you for Karen or Becky. You understand? So the psychological detriment of humanizing your enemy, it immobilizes you from doing what's necessary when it's time. Okay? So they understand that and they know that. This is why the naming conventions come in, and then the myth lore that's associated with it. They tell you where they live, We done sat in intel briefs and country briefs. You understand? That's counterinsurgency. So counterinsurgency, when they relegate you from a human being to an insurgent or a terrorist, you have no threat in your heart about eliminating it on sight. Understand? So when we were called super predators, right? Since they were talking about the former president, and this one who was running for president, you understand? When she and he called them super predators, and they wrote the 92 crime bill that they remixed from Reagan and them, they wrote the other crime bill in '86. We have to go back and start looking at these timelines and understand who made criminals. You understand? Who made criminals, who made welfare queens, who made criminals, who made a people who was supposed to be thriving, relegated and ripe for slaughter, and how they were using artful words and legalese to do so, to weaponize quote unquote citizens and have them think that this is their land and they have to fight to eliminate. You understand? So all of these mind map procedures have been successfully orchestrated to be able to look, and when you see one another, you see criminal, and when you see your enemy, you see ally. You understand? How many people lost their minds today because Dolly Parton? You understand? The amount of condolences and all this old craziness. You understand what I'm saying? So understand that that's how it wins. That's how the psychospiritual parasite wins, by convincing the spirit and the body that it's in need of this parasitical relationship that is marked, okay, and that is earmarked to fight against and seek to usurp the righteousness that exists in you from your ethereal to your material.
Cool. So now, so from what I gathered from what you just said, with that great exegesis of breakdown of the situation, so we can agree that sexual emasculation rituals or humiliation rituals is a part of a lot of these secret societies.
100%. You cannot belong if you don't deal with a right of destitution. You understand what I'm saying? A right of destitution, and then when you get further along in some of these places, you have to share some of the worst information you ever committed in life.
That's
because
right.
You're beholden now. You understand? Like you're beholden in those spaces. So again, we learn these psychological profiles and we share them for a reason, because you have to know what's a trader's motivation, what motivates a trader. You understand what I'm saying? What motivates an agent, what motivates a double agent. You understand? If you were the enemy of the Taliban or you were the enemy of the Viet Cong, your family told on you. You understand? Your family's like, hey, yo, my father's a traitor. That's how deep the science goes. You understand what I'm saying? So to the fact that with the ruling state or the ruling powers or whomever this is, that you would offer up your family as treacherous and treasonous, back to the joint I was talking about with the spook who sat by the door. The lady who was cheating on her husband said that Dan Freeman was out of pocket the way he was talking, and he was celebrating these militants. So she went to the police and told on him. You understand? My side dude is getting a little too militant. You might want to look at your homeboy. She went to his homeboy and told his homeboy. You understand? So the Judas Iscariot factor is something that's there and something that continues to be celebrated. The O'Neill factor, right? The O'Neill factor. He thought that he was standing up and he was doing something. He wanted to be quoted and said and remembered as he was somebody who stood up and did something while other people did nothing. You understand? So he brought that mind state into his infiltration and usurping of organization and the devastation and destruction of key leaders in position. So he went to his grave with that in his head.
Mm-hmm.
So
You know, it's
that's the
funny
real
because
scarification of how it affects you on a multitude of levels. You have
you know
to
it's funny
betray
we talk
you
about
first.
this.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, let me just say
Right.
this little part. In the
No,
part
you're
of
good. You're good. Keep it rolling, flowing.
denial and abuse and addiction, the first
Mm-hmm.
person you lie to is you. In the cycle of addiction, you say, "Oh, I can quit anytime I want." Oh, it's not really, in the spooky side by the door where, Dan was talking to Shorty's mother. He's like, he got a little habit, but that ain't even really a habit. She had rationalized his addiction. You understand what I'm saying? And he came to her and said, "Yo, he not making his payoff to the cops." And who was the casualty on the onslaught? Shorty. He running away. You understand? So in that denial space, you lie to yourself first, and then you lie to everybody around you. The difference is everybody around you can see you in the state that you in, but you can't see you in that state that you in.
Now, would you agree, brother KBA, that I'd like talking about sexual stuff because that's what I did for public health for almost 30-something years.
We do gotta keep it rolling, brother. We gotta keep it rolling.
No, but I'm gonna ask him this last question. Do you think the transition of these rituals, these sexual rituals, sort of transition to the prison industrial complex as part of that extension of that whole effort? I'm gonna ask that question.
The prison
Industrial complex.
I'll be brief. The prison industrial complex and the military industrial complex are one and the same. Also, the entertainment industrial complex. All three of them are the same breeding, grooming, mind mapping spaces and ground zeros for experimentation and every other lewd sort of act associated with it. You understand what I'm saying? So these are all the breeding grounds and the training grounds for the gorillas that are in our midst. We don't have gorillas in their midst. They have gorillas in our midst in the early warning detections. So everybody that that Captain Uncaged did a great job with was showing earlier fits the profile. You understand? Like who groomed them, who was around them, who financed them, who pushed them, who are they in support of? You understand what I'm saying? So that John Wick thing, these are the people that are above the table. You know what I mean? And Lawrence Fishburne's character and John Wick and them were below the table. You understand what I'm saying? So they were doing the bidding of the people above the table.
I wanted to connect those dots, man, because when Ray J comes out talking about Pete Diddler done took my ass in his famous words, where did that come from? It had to have come from one of them sexual humiliation rituals, but I just wanted to connect that dot with all of the other elements of society that we see these behaviors acting up, because I investigated hundreds and thousands of cases within the prison industrial complex right there in Philly of where these individuals actually came from and why did they turn into what they turned into as a part of the rituals in the prison system, where you trying to take over the D block, so you got to be the one with the biggest D sometimes. And that's one of the things I learned through the public health system when I was investigating cases of bisexual low down dudes that come out of the prison system as well, and then they come to their wives and girlfriends and don't even let them know they get down like that. So I'm trying to connect that dot, but I appreciate you, man. You just connected a big dot for me as well. I appreciate you. I know, Captain Uncaged, you got to keep it rolling.
All right. Because that's a whole nother show right there.
Yeah, but we connecting them dots for the rest. Yeah, we getting ready for the next show.
Yeah.
Planting them seeds.
That's something we can definitely get into, but I don't want to get too far off. What I mean?
Of course, yeah.
All right, family. With that being said, let's keep it moving on the train. And thank you for those wonderful expoundings. Brother Knowledge, brother KBA, and tapping in and building on that, brother Powerhead.
Good job. Sister Empress Chi, you ain't got nothing to say real quick? I know you've been quiet over there. We want to hear what the Queen got to say real quick before we move on.
No, I told you. I'm just just chilling, listening, and preparing.
But we got to give respect due to you, though. To make sure if you got something to say it loud.
Now we all know if she got something to say, she definitely ain't gonna bite her tongue.
She's sick of these chumps as it is. She's sick of these chumps as it is.
You know what time it is.
She worked with him on a whole nother level. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
You know, we have had many George G.M. James, of course, ancestor, our ancestor in more recent times, of course, Steve Coakley. And so, you know, this information is now readily available, wide circulated, and many are talking about it and involved in it. So my point and position right now is, so what we gonna do? We know this exists, it has existed, is going to be existent. What's our game plan? What are we talking about doing to counter, to make certain that this doesn't continue to become a dominant factor in our communities? Because, you know, other than that, it's a good conversation.
I got a salvation plan, Sister Doc Empress, okay? That comes
Don't
with a t-shirt.
forget that t-shirt. All right.
I got a salvation plan that comes with a t-shirt, okay?
All right.
And a platinum healing glove, okay?
Okay. All right. All right. Let me keep it rolling, family, and hopefully, you know, with some of the solutions can come about through folks gaining a more understanding of where we are, how we got there, connecting some of these dots together. You know, seeing what's really going on with these secret societies, seeing what's behind the veil, seeing what's actually behind that, and some of the formations and foundations that even, you know, birthed the things that we're seeing today, and understanding that those are not the originations. You see, so hopefully we can provide a little bit more knowledge, information, and insight into what's really going on, so we can help to bring about what those solutions actually are. All right. Let's take another glimpse, family. Let's take another glimpse at the ideology.
Would you rather have been born white?
No.
You're not quite being honest.
I'll admit, by virtue of the fact that I'm here, that I'm dressed as I am, and that I'm doing the things that I am, namely going to school where I am, and that I'll probably end up doing things that I will do, that I'm going to, even if I don't consciously admit that I'd like to be white, I'm going to emulate.
But what are you emulating? Are you emulating white people, or are you just emulating happiness for yourself? I mean,
Happiness for myself and America. Happiness.
Do you think you should dress as an African?
Hold it. Happiness for myself is, since I am an American,
Yeah.
regrettably, since I am American and in America, then that.
Let me take that back really quickly, family. I think that's important not to gloss over. You know, how his narration, he was being narrated for by the European woman. I thought very indicative. Let's take a look at that again, family.
I'm going to, even if I don't consciously admit that I'd like to be white, I'm going to emulate.
But what are you emulating? Are you emulating white people, or are you just emulating happiness for yourself? I mean,
Happiness for myself and America. Happiness.
Do you think you should dress as an African?
Hold it. Happiness for myself is, since I am an American,
Yeah.
regrettably, since I am American and in America, then that becomes white America. I must emulate what white America defines as happiness.
This clip comes from a 1967 NET Journal documentary called Where is Prejudice? 12 college students, different races, religions, and hometowns, lived together for 6 days and nights in a house in Cape Ann, Massachusetts, in a human relations workshop run by Max Birnbaum of Boston University. The goal of the study itself was to find out how deep prejudice actually ran in educated, middle-class America, even among people who considered themselves too enlightened to hold it. The documentary caught raw arguments about interracial dating, white students admitting fear and attraction they couldn't fully explain, and black students talking openly about the exhaustion of constantly being watched and tested by the group. Some participants left more confused than when they arrived, not with answers, but with the first honest look at what they've been carrying the whole time.
Most Orientals feel more openly hostile to Negroes than most other Americans.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Part of it's
a certain dislike for the civil rights movement, because the people that have worked for the civil rights are saying, the government, you know, give us training, give us this and that, and so we can become like you. And the Orientals take a great deal of pride saying, you know, we had San Francisco and we had riots too, but we made it on our own. Now, why the hell are you taxing us and using our tax money to raise you up when we could do it ourselves? The reaction against Negroes is very, very strong. Really very strong.
Gill soon became the focus of the group because he challenged their liberal assumptions that it is possible, rationally, to resolve Negro-white hostilities and anxieties.
Let me stop the screen share there, family. As you get a glimpse into some of the historical racist connotations, ideologies, jealousies, hatred, and bigotry, okay, and the rationales that has to come with dwelling in some of these spaces, how one has to amalgamate into different forms to lessen some of oneself and so forth in order to fit into some of these circles. This is how some of the pathology begins, family. This is some of the root of it, okay? This is real life. This is what's going on psychologically, all right? And then some of the unspoken, these are some of the things, you know, people are thinking out loud, all right? They're saying the quiet part out loud in this clip. So when you look at some of the Asian communities and you wonder, why is there so much hatred? Why is there so much jealousy? Why is there so much vitriol? Even though we spending our hard-earned money in their stores that's proliferated all throughout our communities. You know, not knowing that in some aspects, in a lot of aspects, this is economical warfare being waged against you. You don't even know it. And this is how they really feel about you.
Okay. You know, I find it interesting is that, you know, that whole piece where they brought those people together and studied them and watched them and listened to their ideologies or whatever, their concepts of life, you know, reminds me of them being the precursor to what we call MTV's The Real World reality show. Remember? When they first started The Real World, when they put them people together and then they put the cameras on them and just, you know, looked at them all day long and studied them. I think that right there, and that happened in 1967, right?
Right.
When they brought those people together. So yeah, that was like the first real world reality show, you know, where they put people together in confined spaces and just study them and their thought process and their patterns. That's crazy. I didn't know that happened. Appreciate that clip. But that's the real world right there.
That's what's really going on behind the scenes. Okay. All right. Just a little glimpse, family, of some of the pathology that goes on. And the brother admitting, you know, even if not consciously, subconsciously, you know, when you're delving in some of those circles, when you're in levels of higher education or the corporate world, so on and so forth, you know, underliningly, in order to fit in order to be accepted, so on and so forth, you know, you are mentally capitulating things that are European. All right. So this is what's really going on. You know what I mean? In order to climb up these ladders, so on and so forth. And so that's where you get some of these aspects of these secret societies and how, you know, get you an indication of how they're formulated or how they're ideologically framed. Because in essence, they're really still attempting to gain a certain aspect of Eurocentrism, of acceptance, of, you know, I can be like you. You know, I can emulate you so I can be worthy. This is what we're dealing with, all right? Psychologically, consciously, and subconsciously. So these are the things that we had to decoonerize ourselves from, decolonize ourselves from. This is what's really going on, family, okay? So when you see some of these elites in these positions, this is why they act how they do. This is why they don't participate in X, Y, and Z, why they don't support A, B, and C, okay? And where the other aspects of cognitive dissonance comes in at. All right, before I continue, let me come to your favorite journalist. I'm trying to hit this as quickly as possible and keep moving. But let me come to the theory journal and see any additions.
I'm good. I just wanted to make that connecting the dot of the real world reality show being first one in 1967 sound like. That's all I'm gonna say. I yield.
Indeed. All right. We going to tap into.
Right
yes, sir.
This is right in the foothills and the cusp of the Vietnam War, right? So the fact that they got this guy calling himself an Oriental, right? He called himself Oriental, right? That's how it shows you the adjacency, right? So as the Asiatics, we told you who the Asiatics are truly, right? So these Asiatics, they form their bond together. So there was never really a conflict, never really a war, right? So he had the frustrations and he felt comfortable enough espousing them publicly with no fear of impunity or nothing. You understand what I'm saying? On the college campus, remember what happened on the college campus? The Stanley Milgram experiment of 61 and the prison experiment of 71. So in this 10-year time span where 67 falls in, we dealing with MK Ultra and all kinds of other experiments, right? we ain't talking about the Tuskegee experiment no more. We're talking about all of these other experiments that are happening, right? So these are all happening simultaneously. They're not isolated. So this experimentation in these quote unquote focus groups, this is how they begin to roll out the propaganda campaign of anti-blackness and to radicalize folks to assimilate. You understand what I'm saying? Because a global effort of Africanization is taking place along with the liberation of West Africa during this time frame, simultaneously. So to thwart those efforts, it became a entertainment show and an academic show. After the riots, if y'all remember, the insurrections of the 60s, what happened? You could go to school for free because they had the classroom waiting for you. So what Doc Empress was talking about earlier, about these folks with the degrees, they had it ready made for you. The black colleges and universities became historically black colleges and universities. They ain't black no more. So you can go there. You go anywhere on the planet. The PWC, whatever it was, and they had an indoctrination that was there that gave you the illusion of inclusion. And I yield.
Ashe. Thanks for those additions. All right. And let me connect it together once again, okay? Because we are looking at now bringing it back to the Black Boule, okay? So again, to see how some of these pathologies are actually developed.
Somewhat elevated to a certain degree as a buffer group. And they get into these little confined circles among each other. And then it turns into this, well, we're better than the other Negro masses. We're the talented 10th. So it's up to us to lead these wayward Negroes. So they have that mentality, and they're so out of touch with the real black masses because the black masses, we're not dumb. The brother out there on the street, the hustler, that's not a dumb dude. He might not have had certain opportunities, but that's not a dumb dude. That's not a dumb girl. They look at them as being less than, and that they've been assigned by white people to be their leaders. That breeds more contempt from the black masses, where the black masses can't trust them, and they shouldn't because they're somewhat elevated to a certain degree as a.
All right, let me pause it there. Let me take it to who some of these individuals, looking at it from another perspective, another lens. Let's talk about who some of these individuals are, and again, why they operate in the manner that they do.
Now, for your listeners, the Boule Secret Society is a Black Skulls and Bones organization that started on May 15, 1904 in Philadelphia. 1904, with Rockefeller money, or John D. Rockefeller. And it was John D. Rockefeller who created the term talented man. that 1 out of 10 African American men and women would be chosen by the system in order to represent not the masses of Black people or the Black diaspora, but to represent the system that has put them into enslavement to this very day. And so the Boule Secret Society actually goes back nearly 5,000 years during Greek antiquity, even going up to the time of Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates. So the term Boule is a Greek Hellenistic term, meaning they are the advisors to the king. They protect the crab barrel system. They're not the masters of the crab barrel, but they are the Boules, the foremans of the crab barrel. So the term Boule simply means they are the guardians, the gatekeepers of the Greek parliament. Again, this is going back nearly 5,000 years. And so the Greek Hellenistic society and later the Roman Empire had chosen unique men and women out of a nation that we call Africa today. And a lot of people don't know this, but as a quick side note, the term Africa is not the name of the original continent. It is not. The name of the original continent, the mother continent, is called Alkebulan, right? Capital Alkebulun, Alkebulan. It means, it's a Coptic word meaning the Garden of Eden. So Alkebulan was changed by a 5-star Roman general by the name of Leo Scipio Africanus, who during the Second Punic War in 202 BC defeated Hannibal in Carthage, which is present-day Libya and Tanzania, and changed the name of the continent from Alkebulan, which is actually a Coptic term meaning the Garden of Eden, to Africanus, which is Africa today. And later on in history, there was a second man by the name of Leo or Louis Africanus, whose real name was Abin Muhammad Hassan, who was born in Grenada, Spain in 1494, whose family was amongst the first slave traders who occupied all of Western, not just Western Spain, but all of what we call Africa today. They were slave traders. So anytime a Roman Empire family or even an Arabic Empire family would conquer a land, many times they would change the name of that land from its original name, like Alkebulan, okay, which means the Garden of Eden, to Africanus, which is Africa today. And 90% of the names of the countries in Africa are named after some Greek, Roman, Portuguese, German, or Dutch family. So simply we've been lied to.
Correct.
And so the Boule Secret Society, so as we kind of amalgamate the two to one, the ancient Boule Secret Society, their logo, Apollo, is very interesting. A half male, half female, which represents the sexual disorientation of the Boule, okay, in promoting the LGBTQ community to this day. So a half male, half female with breasts and half lion with this left paw on a skull. That's the ancient Boule logo going back 5,000 years. Now the present day logo is the same entity, but its right paw is on what we call an urn, URN, which they keep the ashes of dead people. So when you connect the term skull urn or urn skull to your listeners on Google Images, it's connected to Luciferian witchcraft. It's connected to witches and warlocks wearing necklaces around their neck or around their wrists or ankles with the ashes of their dead loved ones. So when we study the life of Kobe Bryant, who eventually became a member of both the Thelema Secret Society and the Theosophical Secret Society, and also Kobe
Thelema,
yes, Lester Crowley, yes, in the Theosophical Secret Society, right, with Elena Blavatsky out of Germany, who immigrated to New York City in the early part of the 1900s. And so Kobe Bryant, prior to his rape case, was not a member of any secret society. not the Thelema Secret Society, not the Theosophical Secret Society. And Kobe later on, we'll bring this up later, after his rape case in June of 2003 in Eagle, Colorado, Edwards, Colorado. All of a sudden, he gets all these tattoos, and he's a member of both the Thelema Secret Society and the Theosophical Secret Society, including the Boule Secret Society. Okay, he was a Prince Hall Mason. So to your listeners, when you delve into the history or the origination of the Prince Hall Masonic Order that I'll go into depth later on, you cannot be a Boule unless you are a Prince Hall Mason. So going back to this background of the Boule Secret Society, in order to understand the foreground as to why Kobe Bryant was unalive and taken out.
Obviously, YouTube does not.
All right. Let me stop the screen share there. Okay, a little bit more history on the Boule, the Black Boule, and some of its recruitment strategies. Okay, and those who get pulled into its ranks, and how it kind of functions and operates. Okay, so we see a little bit more behind the veil, beyond the charitable, this, that, and the third, and some of the principles that are expound from the onset or from surface levels. All right, as things get a little bit more in depth. Okay. So that's what's going on. A little bit more information on the Boule, the Black Boule, and some of its inner workings. All right. With that being said, let us transition into the Jack and Jill Society. Okay, because these things, as Brother Knowledge was mentioning, there's a grooming process. All right. So in many cases, these groups, organizations, these entities are, recruiting individuals from early childhood stages. Okay, say about 7 years old or so, and then moving forward. Okay, because those are the quintessential years. All right, where a person's character is molded. Okay, let's jump into Jack and Jill. Okay, all of these things are interconnected, family. They're all interconnected. All right.
Let's talk about Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water.
No, not the nursery rhyme, but the Black social organization that shaped generations of the Black elite. But the real question, has it helped all of us? Or just a chosen few? Founded in 1938 by Marion Turner Stubbs Thomas in Philadelphia, Jack and Jill of America began as a way for Black mothers to create safe, enriching spaces for their children in a deeply segregated country. This wasn't just about tea parties. It was about protection, community building, and instilling Black excellence where the world denied us everything. Members of Jack and Jill families have been influential in the civil rights movement, education, and policy.
Everybody was very enthusiastic about it. We needed something for our children.
The organization has produced judges, lawmakers, business moguls, and thought leaders, many of whom have helped fund influential progressive causes. But here's the twist.
It's a twister. It's a twister.
Jack and Jill also has a rep. It's giving bougie gatekeeping, exclusive membership, class-based vetting, prioritizing acceptable Blackness that aligns with white norms. This ain't new.
The small yet important world of the Black elite.
It's the politics of respectability dressed in pearls and pageants. Is this conservative alignment or cultural strategy?
Now it was not an elitist group. You could be of the elite and not be an elitist.
Some chapters and members align with conservative ideals, focus on the nuclear family.
We were just friends. We wanted our children to meet each other and know each other. It was more of that than anything else.
Christian values, wealth accumulation as liberation. I'm not mad at the wealth accumulation is liberation. I mean, they totally off base with that. A good Black image that plays nice with power. But is that survival strategy or assimilation? Jack and Jill still holds cultural weight today. Its alumni walk the halls of Congress, corporate boardrooms, and HBCU galas. But in a time where grassroots organizing, abolitionist politics, and radical resistance are rising, is Jack and Jill evolving with the people or distancing from them? Let's hold the tension. Yes, it's an organization with real history and resources. It's helped some Black families thrive. And also, class privilege can block progress toward Black liberation, not just bankroll it. Let me say this. Legacy without liberation is just elitism with better branding. And every Black space, even the ones we revere, deserves to be questioned, critiqued, and reimagined for all of us, not just the ones who can afford to pay the dues. I'm curious to hear from you. Is Jack and Jill still for the people or just certain people? Peace, y'all.
All right. So, we began to dig deeper into the subject matter, family. So, I have a couple more clips, but I'm not going to play them. I'm just going to kind of show the title of them, kind of get a sense of, further in that conversation, because we're getting ready to close out shortly. And I want to give an opportunity to play a few last clips on, ethereal inspiration. Okay. All right. So, let me share this really quickly. Black Royal, the Blue Vein Society, and colorism in the Black community. Okay, so for those who may not be familiar with the Blue Vein Society, what is that? What does that mean? That means that your skin is light enough in order to see your blue veins very clearly. Okay. So this is another aspect of elitism, societal elitism amongst Blacks that deal with, quote unquote colorism. All right. And what the young lady was mentioning earlier, okay, with respectability politics. All right. And in some instances, when it is said, act right, what they really are saying is act YT. Okay, that's what acting right is. So the more you can emulate, how Europeans supposedly, civilized Europeans act, their modalities, how they dress, so on and so forth, then you're acting more right or more correct. Okay, more acceptable. Okay, you can be deemed as one of the acceptable Negroes. Okay. So this is what this is boiling down to. All right, as we look at the secret, inside the secret Black society that ruled Philadelphia. Okay. All right, this is some of the history. Yet again, we find more and more references to Philadelphia. Okay, and some of the breeding grounds that was developed. Okay, again, connecting these things together and how this was the original capital. Okay. All right, where we have the quote unquote Liberty Bell. All right, and liberty for some. Okay, so this is what we are wrestling with. All right, and this is the fundamentals and foundations of these secret societies. All right, let me stop there. Let me bring it to the ethereal journalist for additions on this. All right, we definitely going to jump into, as I was anticipating, we're going to have to jump into another bonus edition, which is going to bring us to a series of 7.
I just wrote the track.
Hey, I just wanted to touch on the State Puff Marshmallow Negro, who's on there acquainting Apollo. He's the Greek the Greek expert, right? The Greek freak expert is educating Apollo on Greek cultural behavior. You understand what I'm saying? the Rainbow Bright is talking about the community that he's a part of. You know, his boyfriend and his wife let him go do the interview. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So he's up there, visually effeminate and very visceral and vitriol when it comes to black culture, right? So the clickbait that's in there that gets a bunch of people is in the naming convention. So the naming convention is this probe that he does uh, with the state pup dark skinned marshmallow man, right? On there. You understand what I'm saying? So he's in there probing him and he's doing his best. That's the same interview where he started talking about the Divine Nine and who they protect and all this other stuff. You understand what I'm saying? And rather than him giving credence to, Steve Coakley, right? Senior, peace and blessings be upon him, he gave a desensitized, docile, effeminate. I'm a protector of the things I'm talking to you about, Apollo. Like he called him Apollo. You understand what I'm saying? And if y'all remember Rocky and who Apollo was and what Apollo meant to Philadelphia, right? We put, this Delphi, the Delphi gym, and who Apollo was and what Delphi was. You understand what I'm saying? They put all these things together and show this elitism sort of category via the mouth of a griffin and a gargoyle to look as if he is a part. You see what I'm saying? A part, not that he's a part of, that he's a part away from it. You understand? So the little mind flip, and then when he brought in Kobe Bryant, and then saying Kobe Bryant was a Prince Hall Mason, which ain't true. You understand? Shaquille O'Neal was a Prince Hall Mason, Mark Cuban, right? Scottie Pippen and a couple other people, but not Kobe Bryant, right? And you don't have to be a Prince Hall Mason to be a boule. You understand? Like just espousing stuff, in this way, but the posture and the nonverbals while he's communicating his allegiance and swaying his allegiance is betraying him. So looking at all of that, and then as soon as he mentioned that Aleister Crowley Society, you saw the guy Apollo light up. Oh, Aleister Crowley. Oh, you don't say it. You understand what I'm saying? So he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we got one. We got one over here. So these are all of the things, and because people have a focus of wanting to go viral and get this sort of attention, they'll say anything and they'll do anything.
Indeed. Thank you for that addition, brother KBA. And for those who are not familiar with Aleister Crowley, he's in somewhat like the godfather of modern day Satanism. Okay, and a lot of his doctrine is what is being utilized with the Hollywood elites, so on and so forth of today.
Well, Pascal Beverly Randolph created that world that they all operate in. So if y'all seen that movie Doctor Strange, if y'all familiar with Doctor Strange's character, Pascal Beverly Randolph is who they got that whole personage from as far as Doctor Strange. So they'll look at Madame Blavatsky and they start talking about the Theosophical Society, and then they start putting in Manly P. Hall and all of them, lumping all of these people all together when in fact they weren't. You understand what I'm saying? So whatever Aleister Crowley attempts to be known for, he ain't got nothing on the dude. That's his real father in regards to what it is. You see what I'm saying? Even European Freemasonry, like I break that down on another day, but it doesn't even have its inception with anybody quote unquote European. There's a black dude who taught them that as well. You understand? So it's like you put all of this stuff together, and when we start looking at who did what with who and who introduced what and gave what to who, it's very clear. You understand what I'm saying? It's very clear. Now, they perverse anything that you give them. You understand what I'm saying? As shown throughout the world. Like, you give them some blankets, they give you back some smallpox. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so they're seized and discouraged on the planet Earth. Hell's and smells of North America.
Indeed. Thank you for that addition, brother Knowledge. Okay, any other additions, brother Pollinator? Let me come to you.
I put the nursery rhyme in the chat because I mean, if you really look at the whole schematics and the actual hidden message in that Jack and Jill rhyme, that's us, man. That's us all the way. And I can see why they started Jack and Jill. You said 1938. I think it was when it started correctly. And it's based on that nursery rhyme, I do believe. And you really look at that nursery rhyme and it tells the story of who we are trying to fetch pails of water and getting vinegar and stuff put on our head because we sitting up there getting busted upside our head and the whole nine. And like I said earlier, the dude that came after me, who happened to be one of my Omega Psi Phi fraternity brothers, which I don't count that at this point in time anymore, was one of the people that was part of Jack and Jill in that Mecklenburg County area. So, you know, all this stuff is connecting dots for me. And it's always been after I started studying and seeing where these people are coming from and where they derive from in my actual personal experience versus just gaining knowledge from just knowing things and reading things. I've actually experienced some of these so-called gatekeeping, sellout, radicoon type of cats. And, you know, it's amazing. It's amazing how we could come to this knowledge through live experience as well. Like I think Sister Baker put that in the chat at one time about lived experiences. So that's what I'm going to land my plane right there, and let's keep it flying out.
Yeah, they got dashikis, they got elekes, they got kufis, they got jalabias, they got thobes, they got bow ties, they got parts, they got crucifixes, they got crosses. You understand? They got berets. Yeah, they got salvation plans and T-shirts. You understand what I'm saying? Like they got
They
it all.
straight up mutts, man. They straight up mutts. They got every damn dog category in their body.
Yeah, yeah. They got yarmulkes
Straight up
too.
mutts.
They got yarmulkes too. Right? So, you know, that's how they put themselves out there, and this is how they continue to recruit through fear and through finance.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with that being said, let me come to Sister Empress. If there's any additions, before we keep it moving.
Coming down the wire. We're coming down the last 10 yards, Sister Chi. Come on. You gotta get to the finish line with us.
Well, I'm just going to say, Saint Ida B. Wells, she removed herself from the NAACP. And to fast forward, of course, the great Saint, needless to say, we have several, but this particular one, we're going to talk more about Ella Baker. She removed herself from the SCLC. So, needless to say, we have people that we know were in these various things and got out. So, let us watch as we proceed.
All right.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Well, there's a new trend coming up too as well, and you guys are starting to see it as well, and you might want to pay attention to Theory Journey audience. You go on YouTube and even on social media sites, you have a lot of sorority and fraternity members denouncing their affiliations with those organizations. It's a lot of that coming out right now. So it's happening slowly but surely. People are disconnecting from these gatekeeping type of societies and organizations. So just pay attention. People are starting to get wind of all of the truth, and they're not going to continue to be lied to. So that's a good thing.
Indeed.
They ain't walking away from Power 95 and High 97, are they?
You know.
All right, family. Let me play this quick clip, just to give y'all a glimpse of how the man behind the curtain works. Some of the recruitment tactics, strategies, and techniques. All right, of how some of our people in position, those who are thought to be leaders and for our best interests, how they get co-opted. Okay, and what was attempted with our dear brother, ancestor Malcolm El Miguel Shabazz. All right.
the FBI paid a visit to Malcolm's home in Queens and made some fascinating overtures. Now, it just so happens that Malcolm had installed a hidden microphone in his living room and had taped the conversation. And fortuitously, I acquired that recording.
This is a clip from Gil Noble's 1983 Like It Is special report, The Covert War Against Malcolm X. What you're about to hear is a recording Malcolm X made himself, a hidden microphone he had installed under his own couch in his Queens living room. His aide, Earl Grant, rigged it up specifically because Malcolm knew he'd get visitors he needed on record. While he was silenced and isolated from Elijah Muhammad's organization, 2 FBI agents showed up at his front door and tried to recruit him as an informant.
We would be, interested in having you help us out.
Help you out to do what?
Well, what we're interested in are the people who belong, the names, the members, and the teachings, plans, the programs. What we really want are the names of all those who belong, the names, who they are, the identification.
I don't even know them.
You keep no records?
That's not my job. I'm just a preacher.
Yeah, but somebody up there keeps the record.
I don't know who. I don't have any knowledge of those kinds of things. With all these other responsibilities I've had, it'd be difficult for me to worry about names. Plus, you would insult my intelligence. You in fact, no, you would insult your own, because it would mean that your own intelligence isn't heavy enough to weigh me and know in advance what I'm going to say when you ask that question.
Well, without getting into migrant semantics there, you don't know until you ask.
That's not semantics. That again goes into your psychology.
Sometimes money brings out the information. I know intent to insult you here.
According to Dylan, what's his name, the Secretary of Treasury, this government's money is in such trouble until
you can still spend it.
Still, according to your government economists, the dollar itself is in such trouble, a person would be a fool to sell his soul for one of these decreasing dollars.
Oh, but this has nothing to do with selling your soul. I mean, if you look at it that way, okay.
Yeah,
but
depends on how you look at it.
Sure.
You insult my intelligence when not only they insult me, period. If they think I would tell them anything, there's no government agency that can ever expect any information out of me that's in any way detrimental to any religious group or black group, for that matter, in this country.
Okay. So, that's how it's done, family. These alphabet boys come in, after they see that you isolated or they try to isolate you, then that's when they come in for the infiltrate. All right, so they isolate the infiltrate. That's one of the classic plays. All right, so be mindful, family. Be mindful. All right, when you see these people that wanna help you out, you know what I mean? Let us help you out. Give you a couple dollars. Always try to come with the greenbacks. All right, with the dead Europeans. You know what I'm saying? To help coast you along. All right. That's just wanted to share that, family. This is how some of our quote unquote prominent leaders get co-opted. Okay. So if you think, you think that's a one-off, sadly mistaken. Okay. So let's keep it moving. Let me jump into some ethereal inspiration, and then we'll close out for this evening. All right. Let me share this tab instead. I'll come back to the ethereal journalist to close us out, and then we will see y'all next week for what I would think will be the final chapter in this series. All right, 7. I was anticipating 7. All right, so
man, we moving organically with the mother spirit, my brother.
That's what it is. All right, we went from the 3 to the 7. All right, so we gonna keep building, family. All right, let's get into this ethereal inspiration. Let me bring it back one time.
Come together and look out for each other. Of our food, so the community is trying to come together and We've had to throw out all of our food, so the community is trying to come together and look out for each other, giving away food and supplies and things of that nature. We've been out here every day feeding people. Wow. Power has been out for 12 days. A lot of the citizens in the community, they've been in the dark.
Bro, you got a headlight on. Like, for survival.
It'd be darker. It was so dark already. We're going to go through these streets, man. It's dark.
How are you guys surviving? Like, what are you doing?
Going to the community events. All the food in my refrigerator spoiled. I had to spend a night in the hospital because they said I'm dehydrated. I have an upper respiratory infection and a UTI from not drinking not enough water. Got sickle cell and I get sick easy, so.
It's kind of like a guessing game. A lot of the gas stations are being ran with generators. See the generator right there?
Oh, wow. That's everyone out here getting gas from a generator.
Yes. Yeah. Due to NIPSCO, they had the funding and money to repair things. They were charging us high rates on electricity and gas, but they did not put the money towards things that could have prevented this from happening.
Wow.
Yes. I just want to thank everybody who has been tuning in, spreading awareness. We are very grateful. If there's anything you can send here, food, supplies, drive on in, and we'll be out here. Thank you so much.
Unity is strength. And right now, what's going on right now with the lights out? I love the love. I love love. We're bringing all love together, actually. People feeding each other, looking out for each other, making sure our phones charged up and all of that. You don't really see that when everybody had it, the lights and everything else. Now, you see love, actually, the community coming together, old Gary coming back. I love that. And when the power come back on, don't stop the love. Don't stop it. Keep it going. Now imagine how much you can spread with the lights on, you know what I'm saying, and resources. Now show love. Watch how powerful the city become, how everybody, God, you gonna see God.
We just ain't got no help over here. We ain't seen no city officials out here. You know, we need more than just people out here shaking hands and cutting out. There's people in the house, stuck in the house that haven't eaten for days. This side gets resources when it comes to property, when everybody wants the property over here. But when it comes to help, we don't get any help over here. I don't see any government resources being spent in our neighborhood. We got a lot of elderly out here. We're able to fully function, but we got jobs. We can't physically continue this for the next month or so, or however long the lights are off. We need people physically checking on these elderly people that are in their homes, that can't get out, they're sitting in the hot air every day.
We've had to throw out all of our food, so the community is trying to come together and look out for each other.
Okay, that's what time it is. That's what time it's been. Okay, community coming together, looking out for each other, understanding that nobody is coming to save us. All right, we got to save each other. We got to save ourselves, and we got to look out for one another. All right, that's what time it is, and that's actually what time it has been. All right, family, so we got to act like we know. We got to act like we know, okay? All right, so with that, you know, be able to provide some solutions, some things that we can be looking at and thinking about, you know, presently, looking at things proactively. All right, how are we going to produce our own food? How are we going to make sure that we have potable water and things of nature, okay? So there are different tools that we can use for this. So, you know, we're going to continue to get into that as we continue to have these sessions. All right, family. So let me drop this on y'all with what you can do currently, all right, as far as food sovereignty.
My people, what's going on? So in today's video, I'm about to show you how we all can grow something because we all got one thing in common, and that's a place to lay our head. Notice I ain't say a house, a property, a land, or space, because we don't need none of that. We just need a place to lay our head, and we can grow some food. People, let's get it. Now, what you need is, you see this tinfoil right here, and you see the top that you need to go on top of it? We're going to use this for the drip tray. We're going to put the tinfoil just like that. Don't forget to put some drainage holes. Let me show you how to do it. Now, I'm using this size little container because I want it to sit right on my windowsill. Drop this here on the ground, and I'm going to use something sharp. You can use anything sharp. Be careful, safety first, and you put you some holes down in there. No matter how many. I don't care what you're growing or what you're growing in it. The holes is for the drainage so the water don't just sit in the soil and make all your roots a little mushy. Boom. and all the water gonna be caught right there. Boom, the next thing we need is some seed starting mixture, people. It don't matter what brand you use. We just want some seed starting mixture, or you can use a block of cocoa coir. The reason being because it's more light, it's fluffy. It gives your seeds confidence in the beginning. Slim. Don't get me wrong, you can use just some regular soil. It's just gonna be a little bit harder to grow those seeds in because the soil is a little bit heavier once you water it, and the seeds just don't feel like they got the room to just pop out. And last but not least, we need us some. Do you see that? Microgreens, you want to grow them indoors, people, all year long. We can grow it. I don't care if you're in Canada or if you're down in Haiti.
It don't matter where you at. You can grow this indoors all year long.
Now, before I tell you how to do it, I'm going to tell you why we do it. Microgreens are scientifically proven to be 40 times more packed with vitamins than the mature version of the same plant. So basically, microgreens like this one is a mixture. It may have some cabbage, sometimes some collards and mustard greens. And when those seeds are growing, it's putting all of its energy and power into making its first couple of little small microgreens. And when we take those and we top it on tacos and salads, smoothies, pizzas, soups, and we're going to be able to get a super boost of nutrients right then and there. Microgreens only take 7 to 14 days before you can start harvesting them. If you start today, by next week, you can eat you some microgreens. It can help lower your cholesterol, your gut health, put that soil. You don't need a lot of soil because we don't need the roots to get real big up under there. As soon as they start sprouting, we're going to go ahead and harvest them. Open them pack of microgreens. We're just going to sprinkle us some in there, and then we're going to fold the rest of 2 more weeks. We can grow us some more of these. Now, people, whenever you plant any seeds, the most important part you want to do after you put the seeds in the soil is give it a little water. Now, my pro tip to you is when you start any seeds, put you some water in a spray bottle, people, and you just want to spray the top of that soil as much as you can. That's what the plastic tray for, to catch the water so you don't mess up your windowsill. We're going to take this in the highs and put it right on any bright windowsill, and you finna grow you some microgreens. Now, you may ask, what I do next? Keep the soil moist and keep it in front of that window. The last thing and the most important thing is if you want to know how we're going to continue to grow throughout the fall season, make sure you go download the ebook, Small Plot, Big Pot. It's on the fieldfarmsatl.com, and I promise you, you're going to love it. See y'all next time, people. Bye.
All right. Shout out to Afia Farms. Okay. Shout out to the brother. I got one more for y'all. All right. This is on a more of a larger scale. Okay. We're about not only talking about what the problems are, but also bringing about what are some of the solutions. So these are some tangible takeaways that people can be able to utilize today and have some food growing by the end of a week. All right, in a 7-day time span. Okay, family. All right, let me go to this. This is a more extensive version of it, but again, dealing with food sovereignty and land sovereignty. These are some quintessential elemental things that we should know, and we did, but we lost touch. All right, so let's get back. Let's get back, family. Let me reset it.
Farming, I realized something. I never needed 6 acres to feed my family. Half an acre would have done it. After 5 years of farming, I realized something. I never needed 6 acres to feed my family. Half an acre would have done it. Here's the blueprint. I'd plant fruit trees on day 1. Using 1/8 of an acre, I would plant 12 to 20 dwarf fruit trees. Instead of one giant apple tree, I can grow apples, peaches, pears, plums, figs, persimmons, and cherries in the same footprint. More diversity means more food, longer harvest seasons, and if one crop fails, I still have 6 others. Next, I'd create a seed library. I'd save every tomato, pepper, bean, squash, sunflower, and herb seed I could find. In 18 months, I saved over 1 million seeds, and those seeds were able to supply an entire county with a seed library. I donated that seed library years ago, and it still operates out of the Lovejoy Library. If you save your seeds in a few years, you rarely have to buy seeds again. Next, I built a greenhouse, not just for seedlings, but for year-round lettuce, spinach, herbs, and to grow fodder for my chickens and other animals. Fresh greens in the winter are a game changer. My fodder system process takes less than 6 days to grow food for animals. I would have my chicken coop and my greenhouse built on the same 1/8 of an acre. I choose a small closet in the house to run my fodder system out of. That way, you're saving more space in the greenhouse. Next, I'd compost everything. Banana peels, coffee grounds, eggshells, cardboard, leaves. Every scrap becomes next year's garden. I'd also install rain barrels to go right off of the greenhouse and right off the chicken coop and right off the gutters of my home. Why pay to water food if the sky's going to do it for free? I would also check my local regulations to see if they allow it. Next, I'd keep bees. One healthy hive can produce a surprising amount of honey in a good season, plus pollination for your fruit trees and garden. Y'all know honey stores indefinitely, and bees make everything else on your property more productive. Next, when gardening, I dedicate a section to calorie crops, which are potatoes, sweet potatoes, dry beans, winter squash. These actually keep you full. And remember, for potatoes, you don't need ground space. They can grow on buckets, child. They go on laundry baskets, pretty much anything. I'd grow a kitchen garden right at my back door. The food you grab every day. So your garlic, your onions, your herbs, your lettuce, your tomatoes, your peppers. If it's convenient, you'll actually use it. And a bunch of my herbs I'd grow actually right at the bottom of my fruit trees because fruit trees provide natural shade. Self-sustainability ain't just about growing food. It's about the way you harvest it, the way you store it, the way you keep it. I learned to preserve food before I needed to. Freeze it, can it, dehydrate it. A harvest only feeds you long-term if you know how to keep it. I'd plant living fences, blackberries, raspberries, muscadine grapes, food, privacy, wildlife habitat, and natural boundaries all in one. My absolute favorite to do this with are actually blackberries, beauty berries, muscadines, and mulberries. With all those berries, you're gonna have an abundance, so freezing them is actually imperative, and also canning for jellies, jams, and of course, wine. I'd also plant nitrogen-fixing plants, so clover and beans, they help improve the soil while producing food and forage. I'd also grow flowers on purpose, not just because they're pretty, but because pollinators are the farm workers, and you don't gotta pay them. I teach every person in my house one skill. One kid knows how to compost, one knows bees, one knows fruit trees, one knows how to cook, one knows foraging, because self-sufficiency isn't about one person knowing everything. Teamwork make the dream work, baby. Last but certainly not least, I leave part of my land wild. Nature is already growing food and medicine. You just gotta learn how to recognize it. You can do this by teaching yourself to learn one wild edible forageable a month. So by the end of the year, you'll know 12 plants that you can eat. Self-sufficiency isn't about having a ton of land. It's about making every square inch count. Off a half acre, I could easily feed my family of 6. For more Black girl farming adventures, follow me for more. After 5 years of farming,
All right. Let me stop my screen share there, family. Okay. Some tangible, some takeaways. So in lieu of Sister Empress's question of what are we going to do, one of the fundamental things that we can do, and shout out to the brother, you can break it down for me. I forgot the brother's name, but one of the fundamental things we can do is grow something. All right. That's for you, brother KBA. You know what I'm saying? I watched the interview the other day. It was phenomenal. Dope album. The brother was on fire. All right. So we can get into that another time, however you want to do that. All right. But that's one of the fundamental things we can do, family, is grow something. It's act like a family. Have the whole family involved in the process. The one thing I was some semi-disappointed in is I didn't see the brother, you know what I'm saying? I didn't see that that masculine energy, you know what I'm saying, within that framework. But that's a story for another day. But ultimately, family, having the ability to produce your own food and not be dependent on, going to a store or the government, so on and so forth, to be able to produce food. All right. So we're going to get into other aspects of that, into preserving as well. Into, she did something on water collection. We're going to build further on water purification, on preserving, on canning, and things of this nature. All right, family. So this is what we must do. We got to be able to take care of the fundamentals first and then build from there. All right, with that being said, let me come to your ethereal journalist for the additions on this before we get up out of here for this evening. Let me come to Brother Pollinator. Brother Pollinator, what say you?
Wake up, Almighty L. Wake up.
What say you? Let me come to Brother Pollinator on this.
Tell him put that chicken bone down, man, and give us,
Man, let me eat my swine.
Shake shit up real quick. I had to drop a bomb on that. You know what I'm saying? Food sovereignty. Let's go. Let me come to Brother Pollinator.
Hey, brother KBA, let me eat my swine in peace, man. Come on, man.
My bad, my brother.
Hey,
my bad,
no, we doing closing remarks, right, Captain? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we can address the ethereal inspiration and then come with the closing, final thoughts, closing remarks.
So you want me to just do it all in one, or
yes,
just
sir.
go ahead? I'll do it all in one. Great.
Swap.
Yeah, great ethereal inspirations. I mean, like you said, food is our sovereignty sometimes because we got to be able to grow our own food. And those were great representations in those clips as well. And another food that we got to deal with is that food called the elephant in the room, that's getting bigger and bigger. And we got to continue to deal with this elephant. This elephant, I hate to say it, has been around for centuries. And it's what the topic that we've been talking about during this last series of Radicoons, Boule, secret societies, and the whole nine. And, we could eat an elephant, but we got to do that thing one bite at a time. And we got to take care of this elephant right now because this elephant is big now. It done got bigger up in here, so it's eating up the shit up in the house, man. When we gonna get this joker up out of here, man? Okay? So forget talking about other nations of people. We got big elephants that we got to deal with. We got big animals that we got to damn slay and do what we're gonna do. We can drag this bad boy through the door, but we still gotta chop it up into pieces to get the elephant out the room. So I'd rather eat the thing instead of just tossing it into the garbage. Shit, I don't know. Have y'all ever ate elephant meat? But I eat some. You know what I mean? So we got to deal with this elephant in the room. And this is not something that just happened over the last 400 years since we've been in this raggedy ass country and this matrix that these fools done set up. This thing's been going on for centuries, man. Selling out, gatekeeping, like the brother said in the video, 5,000 years is when the boule really started, based on ancient, I guess, societies that were created before the ones that came here in 1904 in this country. So we just got to deal with this thing, because this thing has been going on for way too long. We got some unfinished family business. And this is what we're about here at Ethereal Journey. We're going to deal with this unfinished family business, because we're not going to be able to move forward as a collective until we deal with these issues in our own backyard. The hell with other nations of people's backyards, us trying to clean up with these Caucasians or Mexicans or any other nation of people that are doing. I could give a damn about them. We got a big ass damn yard that we got to clean up. I'm getting the rakes out. We getting the doggone hose out. We're going to dig up some stuff and get these jokers up out of here. So with that being said, I'm just going to say, great show tonight. I appreciate the knowledge and information and insights that everybody has contributed, as well as our Ethereal Journey audience. And I just want to continue to say, let's continue to build, but let's get rid of some of these things that ain't going to help us build to where we need to go as a collective for our freedom, our justice, as well as our divine sovereign love for each other. Let's get back to being divine sovereign beings and start working on that frequency of love and true authenticity, instead of all this fake, phony facade and fraud shit that we've been doing to each other for way too many centuries now. So with that being said, upward, forward, onward. This has been a 60-second edition of the Ethereal Journey podcast. And guess what? We're going to get this bonus going on, because I love this, man. This topic is needed, and we have to carry the baton of the Steve Coakleys, as well as the Dale Jones and other ancestors that really says, let's call what we see out in the open and deal with this demon. Because this is nothing but demon and spiritual, low frequency, low vibrational shit we dealing with. And we got to get this stuff up out of here if we're going to progress forward as a people. With that being said, upward, forward, onward, UFO, shalom, and one.
I say, give thanks. Thanks for that addition and your contributions this evening, Brother Pollinator. All right, with that being said, let me come over to Brother KBA. What say you? Final thoughts, closing remarks.
I
What
pray
you think about the Ethereal inspiration?
I pray that we decalcify some coon spirits and created some exorcisms for some coon mentalities. You understand? And maybe they self-destructed. Okay, maybe they self-destructed. Amazing broadcast. Top tier and investigative ethereal journalism on your part, Captain Uncaged, laying out a plethora of opportunities to destroy the coon from within. You understand what I'm saying? I'm glad for another bonus. Glad for another bonus. Because the fraternal aspect deserves a little bit more attention. You understand? Like, deserves a little bit more attention, because that is the whole breeding ground for a lot of this stuff that's going on, and some of these L's that's happening. Thankful to be here again. This is the anniversary week of Doing It Honest Radio, 11-year anniversary, over 4,000 episodes, bringing content like this with a little less filtration. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they use some of the show dialogue in some court cases. Okay, you know what I'm saying? They were trying the BIE profile and all that other stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm glad that this is an addition to the network that is righteous, true, and sovereign, and showing the ways of how to navigate these treacherous waters of censorship and what they call that other thing, shadow banning. Shadow banning and all that. And the work is real and the burnout is real. So I'm glad it's a quantity over here. You see what I'm saying? The tetragrammaton of ethereal righteousness. So honest to you, Captain Uncaged, Almighty L, and of course the best in the world, Doc Empress.
I say. All right, give thanks for that addition, another KBA. And last but not least, coming over to Sister Empress. What say you? What do you think about this ethereal inspiration? And final thoughts, goes to remarks for this evening.
Oh, indeed, another great ethereal journey. And, we just get better and better. So I just want to add that starting in October, there's literally going to be sessions for our sisters, those who are interested, that focus on areas such as emergency response and preparedness. And then, of course, I think we might have mentioned the other evening, we're working on bringing our brother, Knowledge Allah, to Philly in November to do some sessions for the community. So, it's not just about conversation. It's definitely about preparation, action, and all those things that are necessary. So, listen, looking forward to next week.
All right. All right, absolutely, family. Okay. So another awesome show. Shout out to Baba Akil also. He was asking about the shirts. And there's t-shirts right now presently because it was the summer season. But we definitely can have those sweatshirts available as well. And we can have them in all sizes. So that's from small all the way up to 3 to 4 XL. All right. So got different variations coming as well. I thought I sent you the website, but perhaps not. But I'll make sure I send you that. And also, was putting an emphasis on, when you're making that fist, even the baby finger count. All right, even the pinky finger count. Okay, so yes, indeed, much appreciated for those additions, Baba Akil. All right. With that being said, we're gonna close out for this evening. All right, we're gonna keep bringing y'all this ethereal information. All right, so we together can keep evolving. All right, so we can keep elevating and ultimately transcending. All right, so we can make sure that we are coming together collectively to create solutions. All right, with that being said, we're gonna close out for this evening. Thank you all for joining us once again. All right, all the ethereal journalists that was able to build on tonight's episode and to give out that good information. All right, and edification. With that being said, I want to give thanks first and foremost to the Most High Creator, Creatress. Give thanks to the ancestors and the elders, those who have shed blood, sweat, and tears and paved the way to allow us to be here today. Hopefully, you all was able to take something from this and continue to build and improve your own lives. All right. Thank you all. Thank you for your time, energy, and effort, dedication, determination, and discipline. Peace, love, freedom, power, prosperity, protection, patience, and divinely principled purpose. Oh yeah, I'll be remiss to not say you can purchase more of those goods, those that merchandise on the beacongoodsservices.com. You can go to the beacongoodsservices.com for follow information. You can email nationalmwm@aol.com. That's nationalmwm@aol.com. You can also email powerman2282@gmail.com. That's powerman2282@gmail.com. You can also text 267-636-3802. That's 267-636-3802. All right. With that being said, family. All right, there it is. There it is on the screen. Scroll down a little bit, good brother. So can we get some of that merch? Get some of that merch in view. Okay. There we go. Okay. We got the cups, you know what I'm saying? We got the mugs, the shirts. We got the phone cases. We on deck. You know what I'm saying? This is just a little snippet of the product lines, and there's more to come. All right, family. That's the site. Looking tight, looking right. All right. So tap in and support the movement. Okay. All right, family. With that being said, I want us to continue to strategize, organize, and mobilize. And finally, family, I gotta say, Pomoja Tutashinda, which means together we will
win.
All right.
Upward, forward, onward to victory.
I say.
belongs to those who have free minds. Those who can see behind the veil of illusion, know the truth, and can stand on it.
My pro-black, really pro-black, anti-hip-hop dress code. That's no cap, no vax. My white cells assassinate. Any kind of virus get chewed up, masticate. My immunity's indestructible. I'm a pillar of my community, no deductible. General Tucson leading the revolution. To black problems, we are the only fucking solution. No outsiders, no white saviors, we gatekeeping. I keep trying to wake them up cause they stay sleeping. Jooks is armed with ancestral wisdom, so I don't trust people that still trust the system. We gotta eat like Sebi, fight like Ali, think like Malcolm, migrate to Merca, Somali. I carry my own water, so I value every drop of it. Drowning at the bottom, so I swim up to the top of it.
If I say it, then I mean it. I'm never backing down. Only a few real ones left now. If it's truth, then I'ma stand on it. If it's justice, then I'ma stand on it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'll never take it back. And if you ever hear me say it, then it's facts. That's my word, and I'ma stand on it. After what you heard, I'ma stand on it. Yeah. What happened to principles, character, fortitude? Healing through alchemy, magic is what I'm born to do. Time to purge the planet from human toxicity. People do any and everything for publicity. It's way out of control, destructive, they weak and careless. We either stand for what is right or else the people perish. Putting these devils in a panic, now we got them frantic. The righteousness of justice is poetic, Pac and Janet. You don't know lies from truth when you wearing blinders. Wisdom separates the strong people from the spineless. They tell me to kill them with kindness, be considerate, but everybody's capping out here. Nothing's legitimate. Bodies surrounded us everywhere, but the souls is missing. The enemy is always watching and the ops is listening. No wonder most of these people feeling defeated. The language of God is encoded and they can't read it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'm never backing down. Only a few real ones left now. If it's truth, then I'ma stand on it. If it's justice, then I'ma stand on it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'll never take it back. And if you ever hear me say it, then it's facts. That's my word, and I'ma stand on it. After what you heard, I'ma stand on it. Rusty Chucks, Kai Phoenix, yeah.